Hi, everybody. Good morning and welcome to day one of our Cultural Arts Award panels. We are really happy to have both applicants and interested members of the public here in attendance. We believe that watching a panel process is a great opportunity, particularly for new and prospective grant applicants, to see how their applications are reviewed by a panel of peer experts. Our panel is composed of leaders in cultural spaces throughout the country with diverse experience, background, and expertise. The webinar is being recorded, so if an applicant misses their review and wants to listen at a later time, they may. We are reviewing in alphabetical order, and we're going to post the name of the applicant on the screen so you'll know where we are in the order of reviews. And we always encourage applicants to listen to a number of reviews, not just their own, to get a sense of how the panel is scoring based on the rubric that we've provided to them. So a couple of other things to note, because this is a webinar, attendees are in listen mode only. So questions about individual reviews cannot be answered in this meeting, and clarifications by the applicants cannot be provided. We're going to be going through the applications relatively quickly today. No more than 10 minutes probably per application, but please note that the panelists have all read and reviewed every application in the weeks before this meeting, and they've all preliminarily scored the applications. There will be a primary and a secondary reviewer to introduce each application, but all scores are going to be counted equally. And scores can be adjusted today as they're being reviewed, and final scores will be an average of all scores assigned, but individual scores will not be announced out loud during the reviews. At the end of day two, we're going to project a list of all applicants ordered by score, and panelists will make recommendations as to which applications should be funded and which, if any, should not be funded, and which are scored at the top tier and may be eligible to receive additional support. No award amounts are going to be determined at this meeting, and we will not announce the awards until they're presented to the Sacramento Arts and Creative Economy Commission at its March 14th meeting. And for a full schedule of the panel review, order, and times, please go to our website at arts.cityofsacramento.org, grants for nonprofit organizations. And that's it. And we are going to be ready to begin. And I believe the absolute first application is 916 Inc. And 916 Inc.'s mission is to empower children and youth through creative writing, And the first reader is Anu.
Great. So since this is the first one, Melissa, feel free to intervene and guide as needed. From what I understand is that I will begin by just kind of recapping a little bit on the first part of the rubric, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then kind of make my way, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, they seem to do very important work, educational work, serving a wide variety of communities, English language learners, young people. They have pretty strong curriculum development that's trauma informed around, and also around youth education best practices. I think the one question that I had was if there was some kind of leadership pathway for staff who come from the communities represented, as well as what is the process of engaging the community in feedback, just what that relationship is. But it seems like the curriculum work is very, very strong. So that's what I would have to say about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Just keep going, or?
Yeah, just keep going, and feel free, if there's something that you really want to highlight, do that. If there's something that you don't feel like you need to highlight, we can pick it up in the secondary reader, but if you can, maybe 1 point on each is good.
Great. So artistic impact, I mean, and I think it connects with community impact. They began a new partnership with the Department of Juvenile Justice. They had a lot of success with a particular program called My Heroic Journey. Thousands of students they've served, and 200 professional anthologies of student work, and hiring teaching artists that are really well versed in teaching the students. Governance and accountability also seems strong. They pay their staff, they pay their teaching artists. So overall, I thought it was strong. And I think the one question that I had was that relationship to community and a leadership pathway of folks that are coming from the community within the decision-making of the organization. And if the second reader wants to make any comments on anything, you can do so now.
Yeah, and that would be Christina. So yeah, you can feel free to jump in also, Christina, if you want.
Yeah, thank you, Anu. You did a great job. I would just add that it seems like they take great care with their volunteer placements, and they encourage students to write in their own voices, which I thought was really important. They're very precise in their handling of material, and it seems like it is tailored for every student. So I think they dive very deeply into the individuals that comprise their community. And I thought they had a cogent and thoughtful DEAI plan for both staff and board. And this also comes through in their reading selections and writing prompts. Yeah, and they also have a great feedback record, or a great record of soliciting feedback from program participants and then developing their own observations to refine their programming in responsive ways. Something that struck me, I pay attention to the numbers. It seems as though they spend more than 50% on salaries. So I just wanted to put that out there. I thought their work samples were super impressive, and I was as well impressed by the list of organizations that they partner with.
Anybody else that wants to chime in, Ken, about this application, or if there are other comments that either Anu or Christina want to make, that's great too.
No, not here. Oh,
Michael?
looks like.
I just was going to throw in that I really loved the video of their pivot to web-based learning that they provided as one of their work samples. It was just a really nicely done video, and that really demonstrated how they were continuing to reach their constituents during the pandemic.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I thought the fact that they are dominantly working with youth, but have lots of commissioned works and programs available stood out. I think it's a great thing for young people to have commissioned works and to be a part of sharing their art externally outside of schools and after school programming and et cetera.
Great. Okay, if there's no further comments, everybody can finalize their scores. I'll give you a minute or 30 seconds to do that if you have there any other comments people want to make on the score sheet, and then we can move to the next one. Okay. The next application is Artners. Artners' mission is the empowerment results from various communities served. Creative services, engagement programs, and positive objectives are intertwined with community foundation principles and visionary goals. And Christina, I think we're just backwards on this one. You are the first reader and Anu is the second.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. This is an artist-led organization that sprung out of 2 art galleries. And now they have a focus on providing art classes, creating what they describe as holistic healing paintings, murals, festivals, and awarding scholarships to high school seniors. The WX Mural Museum currently exists as a campaign to launch a series of paintings in the round that cover the structural columns beneath I-80. For multiple blocks in downtown Sacramento. It's a partnership with the City and State Department of Transportation. It's unclear to me from the application where they are in their campaign to launch this program and when they'll start painting, but I thought it was a really fascinating new direction for them, one that certainly takes them out of their sort of regular format of programming. They serve audiences of all ages through both intimate art classes and large-scale public events that attract upwards of 5,000 visitors. I thought all of this was beautifully evidenced through the work samples, and they are embedded in the South City Farms neighborhood. They operate on a really small budget. It's around 35,000 in 2021, their FY, and it's kind of hard to imagine how they do all of what I just described with such limited resources. Their DEAI answers note that the organization is led by 2 people of color. They've participated in city-sponsored business classes that cover diversity, and DEAI classes for board members and volunteers have been supported by the organization as well. I thought they show that they take great care to study the demographics of where their events are taking place to ensure that their intervention and involvement is actually wanted by the community. Their COVID pivot really sort of allowed them to focus on what they do really well, which is providing outdoor, mobile, and virtual programming. And they even, I thought this note was really just showed how much they support their artists. They delivered mural boards to the artist studios so that they could paint safely in self-isolation. I thought they were implementing a lot of good governance members, like developing a sustainability report and covering professional development for board members, but they have no paid staff. And I thought the organization might consider cleaving the board president, treasurer, and volunteer executive director roles that are all performed by the founder, really separating those roles for proper checks and balances. They also only have 2 other board members outside of the 2 founders who are also board members. So I think, they might really want to focus in the future on board development. The financials were a little bit of a mystery to me. I think it just needs further detail to tell their full story. They rolled up a lot of, what could be a lot of different line items into major categories.
Anu, anything you want to add?
I think that, I think Christina, you touched on all of it. I was really impressed with just how many people and how much they do. I did have a question about exactly how they do that. Like, how do they work with folks in the community and just amass that many people to come? How do they work with their partners, I guess, it was a question, given how small the organization is and how that it's volunteer run. But it seemed really very rooted and grounded work.
Okay. Anybody else want to add any comments about any of those areas or anything that we haven't touched upon? Okay, if everybody's good, we can finalize your scores on Artners. And we can move on to Atrium 916. So Atrium 916 is a creative innovation center for sustainability, building a kind, creative, and sustainable future for all beings. And Anu, you're the lead on this one. You're going to have a break soon, I think.
Well, it was a really, I thought it was a very impressive application. Their use of data was also impressive. They definitely had a strong commitment to DEI work. They accounted for the majority of their creative members being women, are at or below the poverty line, have had an income interruption. And they really take care in paying creatives for projects. Nearly half of the budget went to non-salaried artists. They gave various examples that really threaded together, quite frankly, all of the criteria on the rubric really well, from the sustainable Santa, work to basically the fact that their landlord really loved what they were doing, and they ended up getting to take over the 34,000 square foot of space. And now it hosts over 18 organizations and 2 dance studios. And they played a significant role in advocating for arts funding and the CARES Act funding. And the day after COVID hit, their community kind of creative meeting that they were having ended up being Zoom, and there were hundreds of people on there. So a lot of their practices around organizational accountability, intentionality in hiring, and also really lifting up and teaching people the skills they need in order to be a part of the leadership of and running of the organization. So I thought it was an incredibly strong application and very, very large community impact, and a commitment to training from the bottom up.
Deontay, do you want to add to that?
No, I'll just agree that, I love this application. It just seems like they're like great work to do. When I come to Sacramento, I might stop by.
Yeah.
It seems like a really innovative organization. I was really impressed, especially with the sample video that they provided. I think I got a great sense of the organization and their space and the work that they wanted to do. And I actually made a comment here that I want to visit this organization. And I just note too that they're still a relatively new organization, but this seems like they've been able to kind of quickly adapt to the needs of their community, which I think is awesome. But yeah, echoing the consistency of supporting the artists that they work with and providing training and professional development opportunities, and that bottom up approach really spoke to me. And I love it seems like they have a good grasp of intersectionality around creativity and entrepreneurship and environmental stewardship too. So that was quite impressive. In terms of DEI, I did make a note that they could do a little more outreach to engage disabled artists, staff, and board members. But overall, I thought their commitment to equity and diversity was very strong.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything that they hadn't heard or?
I would add that I really appreciated their zero waste system thinking, and that they had that retail e-commerce shop and that seasonal weekly upcycle market on co-working spaces for artists. And they're serving so many. I think it's 650 creatives. And I agree that ethnicity breakdown for membership was super helpful.
Okay.
I'll just say one last thing about them was that they specifically started by hiring people for their e-commerce thing, whether or not they had tech experience, but were people that shared values and were kind. And that the founder actually engaged all of them in a training. And I just feel like I don't hear about that as much. So I thought that was really impressive, and that everybody who wasn't tech savvy became tech savvy.
Great. Okay, thank you. We can finalize scores, add any comments, and move on to the next application, which is B Street Theater. The mission of B Street Theater is to promote education and literacy, social interaction, and cultural enrichment by engaging children and adults in the highest quality theater arts and playwriting. This will be Deontay.
Awesome. I'll just kind of start by saying I thought it was a really strong application, so I don't really have many comments other than just highlighting the great work that I think they're doing within the community. In terms of DEI, they had a great detail of offering accessible access services to provide programming for audiences with disabilities. They created a new executive level position, a DEI director, which seems like a really intentional way to center DEI in the work that they're doing within their organization. And it seems to be, compensating their artists and their staff more than equitably and above kind of what the standard rate of pay is. just seems like they're really connected to their community and the larger, more national creative sector as well. And they have pretty significant collaborations with local organizations and foundations. So overall, I thought it was a really strong application. And I think they provided some great work samples as well that kind of helped me really see the work, you know, the art that they were doing.
Christina, do you want to add anything?
Just a couple things. It seems like their recent move 4 years ago to the Sophia was a total game changer to them, and it really sort of elevated not only their performances and the kind of work that they're showing, but also the way that they're serving the community. They've modified and buttressed their performances to make them as accessible as possible in this new space, which I thought was really important. And, you know, as Deontay said, their DEAI work seems to be very intentional. Their recent strategic plan assessed their policies. You know, they engaged in anti-racism training and developed strategies to diversify their staff and board. They pay what they should be paying, which is always nice to hear. And they're even going further by matching retirement account contributions. And their COVID pivot, you know, although it was tough, I'm sure for every organization applying, it just seemed that, you know, they were already adept at producing some online content and classes. So really leaned into that.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add any thoughts or comments?
Just a small note that they have great board contributions as well.
Yeah, that was my comment as well. And again, what Christina said about them moving into another space and how that being really critical to their programming and their numbers, their audience numbers is pretty impressive too.
Okay, if everybody's ready, you can add your scores. And our next applicant is Balanced Dance Project. On a mission to make dance accessible to all and make a difference in our community, one dancer at a time. And that's Katie.
Okay. I was going to try to move my notes to the same monitor where my camera is, but it's too small. So I'm going to be looking.
You can be looking on. You can look
looking to the side.
The
So Balanced Dance Project is not only new to this funding pool, but also new in its own way as an organization. They evolved out of a pre-existing dance studio that it sounds like there was a pretty significant amount of turmoil in the dissolving of that dance studio. And there are, it sounds sort of in terms of stability and organizational accountability, it sounds like that the leadership of Balanced Dance Project, and I would say also the parents are part of that leadership in the way I read it a lot. There's still a lot of work that they're doing to sort of untangle from the pre-existing or from the previous studio and sort of the recent dissolution of that. So I think they are working hard to make that change. And I am impressed that at the same time, they still continued service with their student dancers. And in particular, they gave examples specifically in the work sample of new choreographies that were really representative of the cultures and the experiences of the youth at their studio. And so I was really pleased to see that work sample. And it sounds to me like the community of families and dancers that are participating with Balanced Dance Project are really invested and really really find it to be a special place for them. I also noted that there is diversity both at the board and the staff level. And they called out working with foster youth, unhoused youth, and justice involved youth, which was something that really struck me. And I thought, as another panelist said, kind of threaded multiple criteria across the domains. Let's see, they do have they noted that they have a lot of their dance teachers coming from the neighborhood they serve. And so I appreciated that representation, and that I think because this organization is under new leadership and is sort of reframing itself and trying to get its footing again, I think they've got a lot of work to do, and they are, from the application, it seems to me that they are working diligently to take the steps that they need to, although I don't know how long it will take for them to really restabilize. And that's something I think that is an unknown, no matter what position you are looking at it from. And I did appreciate also the relatively long list of collaborators and partners. And they owned in the application that because of the turmoil that they've recently experienced, that they are not able to pay industry standard. They're not able to pay their teaching artists what they would want to, but that it is part of their growth plan. And I think this and other funding sources are going to be critical for them in order to stay on that growth plan.
Thank you. Michael, you want to add anything to that?
There we go. I am a rookie mistake. Sorry. Katie, that was an awesome summary and matched mine in so many ways. And your words were wonderful. I love this group's commitment to diversity in all forms. I thought that as primarily a BIPOC group, that their intentionality in reaching out to groups different from themselves was really impressive, and just something that I really loved about the application. I think, as Katie said, like, they're starting over again, and there's a ton of potential here, and that grants like this one will help them actualize themselves more strongly as they emerge from COVID, which is going to be a test for them, because they haven't done it yet. And so as they come out of all of this, and they're probably coming out as we speak, that there's a way for them to really come fully fledged. And so I hope funding will help them with that. I agree that paying staff should be a high priority when they're able to do it. And I would also really encourage this group to look at board development as also a big part of their next step, just to build their infrastructure. But I loved how in the meantime that they give all their teachers free classes so that they can continue kind of that PD. So you see all the evidence of building infrastructure, and I just look forward to seeing them do more. I loved the intentionality around kids and about reaching out to all these diverse communities. And the application didn't speak to a strategy around that as much as I would have liked. I would have liked to see a little bit more like, here is our specific strategy for how we're going to reach kids from these marginalized communities, whether that's DEI or it's just other, like justice involved or things like that. So they've got all of them there, and that's awesome. I wanted to hear something a little more strategic about it for me. But otherwise, I thought it was a very strong application.
Thanks. Anybody else?
I had some other thoughts and some more questions. I think, this in the rankings, I had some lower numbers just for certain criteria, but I was kind of concerned and questioning around artistic impact. I don't remember seeing like, who are the artists that they're bringing in to work with the students? Were these professional dancers or dancers in the community. Like I didn't have a grasp of who the folks were. So when we talk about impact, I'm curious to know just like who is teaching dance, because then also looking at their board roster, it didn't seem like those folks were connected to the industry. It sounds like they're, really great, probably community community leaders, parents possibly. But when we're talking about impact and artistic impact specifically, I'm wondering how do they connect with the dance industry at large here? And I don't know if other panelists picked up or saw other evidence that says differently.
That is a good note, because the reason that we ask all applicants to submit bios of their artist is for that very reason, so that we can at least, it's hard to know who everybody is, but at least it gives people a sense of who are the primary artists who are leading the work, who are teaching, who are doing this kind of work. So it's something for people to always note, that's why it's so important for us to ask for the bios and for you to include sort of the best information there as possible, because often that's the place that you're going to be able to tell what are the, what's the background of the people who are leading the work and what are their qualifications to move forward. So it's a good note for everybody. Thanks.
It looks like, looking at some of their bios, some of the teachers are professional dancers.
I gathered that it was a mix of professional dancers and maybe folks who had been coming up through the community, which I did like that. I got the sense that they were maybe wanting to support those emerging folks and support growth from within, even, possibly their own dancers moving up into teaching positions, which is
definitely a grow
pretty
our own kind of, there was definitely a grow our own movement in there. That's what I picked up on as well.
Okay, really good comments. Ready for your final scores? And we'll move on to the next one, which is Big Idea Theater. Big Idea Theater, our mission is to employ a collaborative group of artists to produce theater that is passion-fueled and provides a dramatic experience for our audiences. And lead reader, Katie again.
Yes. Gosh. One of the things that stood out to me is that they talked about having artistic decisions about production title decisions being guided by member actors, and that those member actors help to determine the artistic vision and future activities. I think I pasted that text directly as I was reading it. I found that to be a really exciting process. And I felt like was a strong process for them in reflecting the artists that they're working with and having a shared vision as a theater company. Let's see, their productions seem to be representing a lot of diversity of story and perspective. They talked about a lot of ticket discounts that they offer, and emphasize non-traditional casting in all shows. They also did include a pretty clear list of DEIA initiatives that they are working on. It sounds like they have spent some time in that realm and are making intentional steps as an organization. I noted that they also often act as a bridge between college and professional theater companies. And they even listed a couple of folks who have gone on to perform with theater companies in Sacramento, even larger than themselves. They produce 7 shows a year, which is actually a lot when you're self-producing. And I really appreciated the variety of their recent productions, the works that they really are choosing thought-provoking works that are telling stories that haven't been heard as often on Western theatrical stages. They have a goal of hiring a full-time artistic director. They are currently paying production participants, but they don't have that artistic director position, really fully robust as they would like to have it. And I thought it was pretty exciting that they've for 6 years been voted the best community theater in Sacramento. That certainly says something, I think, artistically, but even more about their community impact. And in the community impact, I was really impressed that they noted they have opened their stage to another theater company who didn't have a place to perform, and is sharing space in that way. They also have worked on some collaborations with Capitol Stage. It looks like they're pretty connected within the arts community and the performing arts community in Sacramento. And they do have a chunk of back rent that they have to pay off before they feel that they can move forward with the staffing and pay increases that they would like to bring forward. It sounds like their building owner is in good communication with them. That back rent seems to be really just related to COVID. And it's sort of all part of everybody's different processes coming out of COVID. I really appreciated the COVID safety protocols that they were able to articulate, that they put in place. This was another organization that that noted that 100% of their board is giving to the organization. And that's always something that that I find to be really strong. And this is another new applicant to this pool. I noted every time there was someone who was new to the pool. And we have a lot of new applicants this year.
Yeah, we're happy about that. Thank you. And any additional information, Anu?
I think Katie, or was it Katie? Yeah, you covered it. I think I would just add, it looked like their leadership of their staff, or their core leadership and board were largely female. I think that they're wanting to kind of engage in more diversity that way, although their programming is definitely runs the gamut, and that most of their core folks and members are millennials. It just seems like plays a pretty important role in bridging kind of community and professional theater work, and like it just bridges a gap, I think, that exists. Yeah.
Any other thoughts about this application from anybody? Okay, we're good. Then please finalize your scores and comments. And we will move on to the next application, which is the Brazilian Center for Cultural Exchange of Sacramento. The mission of the Brazilian Center for Cultural Exchange of Sacramento, or the Brazilian Center, is to serve and enrich Sacramento by fostering a thriving and inclusive multicultural community by sharing art, food, music, dance, and performing arts to create cultural awareness, peace, tolerance, and a better world. And this is Lisa.
Thank you. They have a really robust mission statement. I just want to note how thoughtfully put together that is, because it really gets to the core of what they're doing. With their programs, they have nearly 10 core programs, including the spoken word, Portuguese language for kids and adults, samba classes, drumming for ladies. So it runs the gamut. It's really nice to see that kind of menu of things. The target audience is really around all who enjoy Latin culture. And they do some mask making, costumes, cuisine, and then the BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus, those who are into art and spoken word and dance and healing. And they also teach kids, going back to that Portuguese language teaching and Brazilian martial arts, drumming and dance. Their board diversity and staff diversity is very strong. It's always great to see that composition. They have deep connections in their city's immigrant, Latin American, and African American communities, and that makes them highly accessible and relevant. An example of the work they're doing in DEI, they had a dreamer member of their community that was facing deportation, and they organized an auction to raise funds for legal fees. And also during the pandemic, when they were significantly limited to hosting any live events, they created a program to feed food insecure seniors and people experiencing homelessness. As far as artistic impact, one thing to note is their spoken word program, which is focusing on helping young people express themselves through poetry, and to help them heal spiritually and emotionally from the trials and struggles they face in today's world. I thought that was fantastic. It's one thing to have those kind of programs. It's another thing to understand your goals around it and understanding the youth you're serving. And also just really overall great examples, although some more stronger examples would really support this organization to help tell their story because of all the offerings they have. For community impact, I wanted to note that the director, Ms. Berga, observed that members of other immigrant groups were experiencing challenges and were becoming displaced from their culture, and founded the center to really as a dedicated space to exchange and showcase all these cultures, not just Brazilian. So again, kind of blending communities and backgrounds. Let's see. I would have liked to see more numbers on diversity in their reporting, just to kind of show who they're serving. That would be a great thing to get a deeper dive into. Another pandemic pivot note is reaching out to seniors who had been isolated and lonely since the pandemic. And then for organization accountability, their operating income for 2020 was around just over 100,000. But they're unable to provide the normal salary. And they have 2 full-time employees, but have some lack of funds there. The board of directors consistently monitors industry standards and wages to ensure that the staff is receiving the appropriate amount of compensation. They have 2 staff and 25 volunteers and a number of internships, but strong fundraising and donations are provided to the organization. And those are my notes for this.
Deontay, do you have anything you want to add?
No, Lisa did a great job of touching upon most of my comments as well. Yeah, and I just noted, like, I think their community impact is significantly stronger in terms of reviewing them than artistic impact. But like Lisa said, I think I would just appreciate it a little bit more information just to like about the program specifically that they were running. But overall, it was pretty clear that they're really invested in serving their community.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add a comment?
Yeah, this is Anu. I'll just say they're what they described in the COVID pandemic, a pivot of, and over the past year, cooking and delivering nearly 14,000 meals to homeless encampments, and just their strong volunteer base of a retired engineer who's a volunteer, just kind of helps them with a lot of their, the air conditioner that breaks down. So I just, the community impact is kind of off the charts, I would say.
Great. Okay, final scores.
Melissa, I was just, sorry, I had my hand up, but
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was just going to throw in that this is another example where a little bit more background on the artistic qualifications of the people involved in the program would be really helpful. The bios of the two main people are pretty short and don't give us a lot of insight into artistic impact. And I think, for all the applicants, most of us are not in Sacramento. So all we have to go on is what they are providing us in terms of understanding that. And I actually had a note, this was written about a different group, so this shouldn't be a comment for this group, but also things like reviews or even just testimonials, like from other people in the community, are super, super helpful for us in determining artistic impact. Because with this group, it was harder to get a really close beat on the artistic impact. There's wonderful cultural impact, there's wonderful community impact, but this is an Arts Council grant. And so I'm trying to make sure that, at least in my own head, that I'm separating those things out. And I applaud the work that they've done from a community perspective, but I'm left with questions from an artistic perspective.
Sure. And a note on that, and probably why there is sort of an equal weight in community and artistic impact, is that we know that there are going to be organizations who are going to be stronger in one than the other, or at least demonstrate more strength in one than the other. And I think we basically told people that's okay. There are going to be the groups that can put everything together, and then there are the groups that are going to lean in one way or the other, and that'll be reflected in the scoring, obviously, but probably won't, eliminate anybody from the path because of that. So, our advice to applicants was to lean in where you knew your strength was, but also try to, again, demonstrate as much strength in the other areas. So if more robust bios would help, or testimonials, if you didn't feel your bio was going to be the thing that was going to push you over the top, were there students who took your classes or something like that could really talk about the power or the strength of the program, is also a really good note.
But thank you for that comment, because I find that enormously helpful.
Yeah. And before we want to move on to the next one, I forgot that I wanted to mention to you in the beginning, if people, because again, most of our panelists are not from Sacramento. So if people address heavily certain neighborhoods or certain areas that they serve, that you have questions about, please feel free. I can maybe provide some context, and Julius is here, and he could certainly provide context about neighborhoods in Sacramento and why people lead with a certain neighborhood or a certain community that might be help to inform. It's great if an applicant can put that to talk about not only I work in this neighborhood, but this neighborhood is X, Y, and Z, but sometimes they don't. And we just want to make sure that you're also knowledgeable about where they're doing their work. So that's just a general comment, again, not about this applicant, but I wanted to say it before we went further. So ready for the next one. And this is Broad Room Creative Collective. Our mission is to make space and share resources with historically unrepresented artists in our community. And that is Christina.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. So Broad Room Creative Collective, because of COVID, their programming and services have shifted considerably, and I love responsive organizations. They went from hosting artists and workshops for women and non-binary artists to renting affordable studio space, launching a relief fund, and providing free art supplies. A lot of their activity centers around this free art supply pantry. They operate in a big, gorgeous warehouse space that is really shown off in their work sample video, as well as the impact of having access to this space by their artist tenants. Their artist tenants really seem to delight and relish in being in that space. Of note, they nearly doubled their operating budget from 2019 to 2020. I'd love to know how they did that during a pandemic year. This application brings up so many questions for me. They wrote that they're, and this is a direct quote, excited to see how their work has resonated with residents of Sacramento. And so I'd love to know, how are they gaining feedback and evaluating their impact? What are their future plans to analyze this data and incorporate it into their decision-making? They provide a statistic that 87% of collections in major US galleries and museums are comprised of male artists and 85% by white artists, as proof of the need for their services. However, I think it's a really gigantic leap to assert that providing free art materials and low-cost space will remedy this issue. And so I'd really love, if that's what they're attempting to correct, I'm so curious if there are other plans to address that disparity. I'd love to know if they have plans to provide professional development opportunities centered around marketing, gallery representation, studio visits, nurturing relationships between artists and curators, et cetera, since they really position themselves as being there for artists and being an artist service organization. They endeavor to serve largely underrepresented and disenfranchised communities, but their board and staff have little to no representation from the disabled or BIPOC communities. I want to know if they consider their artist and community committee as a board pipeline. I thought that committee was a great idea. And if it will be a board pipeline, how are they preparing to activate this committee for future leadership responsibilities? They wrote that they're planning to find a second studio space to serve more artists and make a big jump in salary increases, going from $16 and $17 an hour for PT staff to $26 an hour by the $26 an hour by the end of this year, but they don't describe how they're going to get there. So while it's important and admirable to, have this really aspirational goal, can the organization sustain this level of growth and ambition and investment in its operations and staff? I also wondered if they're investigating the importance of connecting their free art supply closet to creative reuse and environmental conservation, much like Materials for the Arts in New York City is one example, or RARE here in Philadelphia. And another question I had is, what do they qualify as affordable studio space? I wonder what the norm is in Sacramento and what they're charging. I would have loved to have seen a comparison. I was dismayed to see that the board annual contributions was only $420. I think the board needs to focus its efforts on fundraising and giving.
Great, thank you. Dante, anything you want to add?
Christina said things way better than I could have. She had the right words.
I think you could say it just as well.
Right. Well, she had the perfect words for the thoughts that I had, a lot of the same questions. Yeah, I noted that there's a small, relatively new organization, and as they grow, I hope they continue to diversify their board and staff. And I would have liked to know demographics of the community and public members that come to see their programming, as well as more just information about the artists that they connect with, particularly with, I think they noted over 200 artists who have benefited from their art closet program. So I would just like to know who's taking advantage of that service. And not to kind of impose my own thinking of programming on the organization, but I'm curious to know if they have plans to kind of even use their space to kind of host community conversations, especially if they seem to have access to the visual artists already in the community, because it seemed like they were missing an opportunity possibly to do some advocacy work, especially around affordable space for artists, if that is such of concern to them. So, how are they using this information to invoke change within their community instead of just saying, we'll come here and then we're gonna buy another space as well, kind of what Christina was saying. But yeah, those are the only additional thoughts that I would like to offer.
Anyone else have any other thoughts? Michael?
Yeah, I think Christina really hit a really important point on the head with this group. Like, I love the clarity of their thinking and their application is great. They know who they are and they know what they want to do. But in almost every area for the comments, I wrote, this is great, but I would love to see a plan for it. Like where is the plan for, what is the strategic plan for paying staff? What is the plan to increase their community input? What is the plan to grow their audiences? What is the plan to grow the budget? I found myself asking a lot of questions, and I think the application would have been bolstered by having even some kind of some allusions to those. I'm sure there are plans. So what are the application needed to give us more information on that so we could see what their growth trajectory was looking like.
Thank you. If there are no other additional comments, we can score and move on. And the next is Broadway Sacramento. Broadway Sacramento is committed to the presentation of quality theatrical productions to enrich the cultural life of the greater Sacramento region, the state of California, the United States, and the international community. Excuse me. And Dante, you're the lead reader.
Yes, so they talked in quite a bit of detail about their programming is serving over 200,000 patrons and participants annually through their Broadway at the Circus series, Broadway on Tour, and their education and community outreach programs. I love that they were very specific about who their audience was and offered a lot of demographic information on just the makeup of their audiences. And even, understanding kind of, the diversity of audience, staff, and board. I think they did a good job of acknowledging room for growth within the organization. I think they kind of outlined a plan to do that. They talked in great deal about color conscious casting, which is, as an actor, I appreciated that. It seems like they're really hiring diverse and qualified arts professionals, theater professionals, both locally and nationally, which I think is a great combination. And I think they noted that their production teams are predominantly local to the Sacramento area. So that was, a clear investment in local talent and professionals. I did note that I would love to see more, just know a little bit more about their community engagement efforts and how accessible their programming is to marginalized communities, and questioning whether it was how affordable it was for communities. But overall, I thought it was they seem like a strong organization with a strong application.
Katie, anything additional?
I think Deontay really said almost just about everything that I noted in my notes. So that's cool. It means, it means they hit those points really strongly. I think just the artistic quality is really high with this organization. And I noted in my community impact notes that the resource sharing with other organizations seemed to be a strong point for me. And I'm kind of scrolling back to that moment in the application, because I think for me, I think it's really important when an organization that is so large is participating in resource sharing. So I think that that's really key and is a sign of a responsible organization, and an organization that's looking outwards and not just inwards. And I agree that I would like to know more about the accessibility of education programs. Just a little more clarity would have been helpful to me. And then as someone who's affiliated with a performing arts center, thinking about how COVID has shifted our financial models, and how we balance earned versus contributed revenue. And this organization I noted was most recently at 90% earned revenue, with tickets. I mean, ticket sales are important in live theater, and theater, dance, and music. And so I am curious how, or if this organization sees a path for diversifying their funding portfolio going forward, so as to not be so reliant on earned revenue. But I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything about Broadway Sacramento? Michael?
I would just say, as someone from outside, someone from outside the region, their use of data in the application was really helpful.
Mhm.
This is Anu. Noting that data, I think for you saying their target audience was predominantly female, average age 53, of households incomes with 80,000 or more, college educated, probably predominantly white, but I thought it was kind of cool, some of the things that they were doing around DEIA, and would agree with Deonte's comments.
Okay, great, thank you. Final scores and comments. And we are ready to go to the last application before we take our break, and we managed to kind of get back on time, and we might even get a little bit of a longer break as a result of that. So the Calidanza Dance Company's mission is to promote artistic excellence in Mexican folk and contemporary dance. Calidanza intends to make dance accessible to both audiences and participants. Lisa?
Thank you. This organization also provides professional development production across the region, which includes, again, educational programs, productions, and tutorials. They're providing local school districts with virtual and then, when possible, live education demonstrations. They provide the community with professional local programming that highlights Mexican folk culture through dance and music. It was a little unclear on the diversity of the staff and the board. So anytime we can get that more clearly sort of composed in the application, the better. Through their work, they are representing a large community of color, and also that they're open to welcoming all, which is also always wonderful to see. They're also offering low fees for classes and shows. And in addition, for some students, they offer tuition fees for class. Free tuition for classes. And after school programs in other schools for students are also free. On artistic impact, to note, they had a fantastic video showcasing all of the work, partnerships, and programs they were doing. Their works are in preserving and presenting the rich culture and heritage of the community. It was really fun to look at. The organization also serves the community by offering classes and programs to just anyone who wishes to experience that Mexican cultural folk art. Let's see. For community impact, their target audience for their programs consists of youth and young adults, and they want to learn about the Mexican culture through music and dance. They do target low-income, underrepresented Latino communities to offer programs that reflect their heritage. Educational production targets school-age children designed and have designed programs that educate and entertain students about Mexico and its culture. The typical size of the audience is between 800 and 1,200 per production. And then the educational productions or shows that range from 250 to 500 people per show. Their operating income for 2020, which is always funny, it's COVID, and I understand when I mentioned 2020, it's like that could be a little lower than normal, but it's just to give us a picture again, it's around 85,000. I'd love to see more personal stories behind the history of the organization too, maybe in the mission or just in the history write-up, sort of how they got to where they are. They have only 4 part-time staff, but they do seem to be supporting education. So they've been sending staff to relevant trainings and that help promote their learning experiences, including the folk dancing workshops or grant writing or technical support workshops. And they also attend trainings that polish their skills and add new techniques to their repertoire. I think that's crucial when you're working with youth to maintain some relevancy across sort of new ideas, standards, and making sure you're kind of sharing that culture correctly with the youth. And that is all I have for this one.
Okay, Letitia, you wanted to add anything to that?
I think you're muted.
Letitia, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, sorry.
So that was a great review. I have just a few things. I believe in the narrative, they stated that their entire board is Mexican. And so, which is great. I just think that sometimes you just need maybe 1 or 2 additional voices in there to bring, some perspective. And, even just other resources and services that maybe that could, come from them. The board doesn't seem to be directly contribute to fundraising and efforts. And I was curious about that. Yeah, let's see. They do one of the things that stood out with their programming too is that they use surveys to evaluate the programs to see what's working and what's not. So they survey the community and their participants and their partners to see, how they can continue to improve their programming. Mentioned also that they add a little bit of a contemporary element to the teachings without drifting too far away from the traditional form of the dance. And that's pretty much it. Oh, there was I think 2 questions that were not answered, and I wasn't sure why, but it's hard to know when they don't answer the question, it doesn't give us the categories, so we don't know what categories they're not choosing, if that makes sense.
That's really, it's a good note. I mean, there were some areas that, and I can't speak for this application, but we did tell applicants if there was an area that just absolutely did not apply to them, that they should put not applicable and not feel like they had to answer every question if it didn't apply. If they didn't put not applicable, it's hard to know whether or not, that was the reason that they didn't answer that question.
Yeah, and that was my only thing. It wasn't, I was, thinking they were hiding something. It's just, I didn't know what the categories were to understand why they didn't answer that. But overall, like, I love the proposal. I love what they do. I really like that they not in their, in their narrative, they talk about the Latino culture and community overall, not just the Mexican community. And, it's just, we had conversations about this where it's primarily Mexican and that's what they do. And that's what they hold on to is the Mexican traditions. And so it's just, for me, being Latina, I understand that need, especially being in the United States, where you can very easily lose your culture and your traditions, and it just kind of waters down things for you. And so I'm always really adamant about groups like these being able to have that platform, to be able to have a safe space, and then to really, really share the culture and their traditions with the greater community for just appreciation and understanding and, to instill pride in their community as well.
Great, thank you. Any other comments before we take our first break? Oh, Christina?
I just want to draw attention to the fact that the board is not donating directly, but they're all involved in fundraising. And I understand that there is a movement where organizations are becoming less and less dependent on financial contributions from board members. So it doesn't have to be a high total board giving line item, but it really should exist. There should be something in there.
Thank you. Katie, you had something?
I just wanted to emphasize what was said about the traditional and some modern variations or takes on some of the traditional dances. I was really excited by the actually overall in the applicant pool by the breadth of Ballet Folklorico that was represented. We have a company within our organization, a small youth company, and there's a lot of exciting work in this dance form and representing it and sharing it. And I was really intrigued by the kind of the new twists that they spoke of. I would love to see more of that. And I felt that the work sample was, I found it to be a really powerful tool in the many of the work samples to hear from leadership in the organization in their own words, speaking about what they do. And this as sort of a comment about this application, but also in other ones where we saw that was really helpful, especially as someone outside of the community.
Great, thank you. Okay, finalize your scores, put any comments that you need in there. And it's 10:27, so we're a little early. So you can take a longer break. We're due for the next one to come back at 10:50 and would like to try to stick with that for today. We can maybe adjust tomorrow, but that gives you about a 15-minute break. Is that good for everybody? All right. Feel
Wait,
free
sorry,
to-
I'm confused. I thought we were starting again at 11.
That's what I see on the schedule too.
You don't see it 10:50 California Lawyers for the Arts?
I see 11 California Lawyers for the Arts.
Oh, Diane, I
Break.
probably have an old schedule. I am sorry about that. Yeah, my schedule's I probably before because we had to add the extra part in the beginning. So that's fine. Let me just take the temperature of the room. Would you rather finish a little earlier, take a shorter break, or do you want the half hour?
I'd rather finish earlier, but I'm open to consensus.
I think we're going at a good pace to maybe even finish early if that's just my opinion. I mean,
Yeah,
If
it
speaking
sounds
to
like-
someone who's in his office, if we're gonna add any time anywhere, I'd rather it was on the lunch break than on this break, just to give me enough time to actually get food.
Yeah, that's true. Your lunch break is pretty
It's pretty
short,
short.
so why don't we kind of compromise and come back in about
What?
15, 20 minutes? What do you think? 15 or 20?
20.
All right, 20 minutes. We'll be back at 10:50. Yes, good? All right, everybody. Thanks so much. See you then. Okay. I think everybody's back yet. We'll be starting in about a minute or so. For members of the public who may be just joining us, we are going through the applications in alphabetical order. And we'll always have the newest one up on the screen in case we're on a break or taking lunch. You'll know where we are in the order. And we encourage anybody who's here to stay as long as you can, at least stay and watch a couple of applications being reviewed so you can get a sense of how the panel's reviewing. Do we have everybody back? You see some people aren't on camera, but wait another couple of seconds. No, I think we are. I think we're good. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. The next application we're reviewing is California Lawyers for the Arts. California Lawyers for the Arts protects and promotes artists of all disciplines and the creative community by providing education, alternative dispute resolution, access to legal representation, and advocacy. It is California's for the Lawyers for the Arts, but we are reviewing the Sacramento Office of California Lawyers for the Arts. And Anu, you're up again.
Yeah, well, so I'll just lift up some points that I thought were interesting from the various sections of the application. It is led by women of color. The programming really does range from work in the prisons, looking at immigration. They have an organizational, cultural equity and inclusion plan and policy. They've created a new creative workforce program. So it's just been interesting to see that they've gone beyond kind of advocacy for artists, and they still have their kind of 101s in partnering artists with pro bono law, legal advice, as well as workshops. And so I felt like around DEI work was really strong, as well as artistic impact. They continue to do advocacy, job training, programming, a speakers bureau, and a whole range of offerings that really support working artists. And that was very much intertwined with community impact as well. Their accountability was strong. Overall, I thought it was a strong application and organization that expanded their programming. And I just was particularly noting the Designing Creative Futures, the job training program for formerly incarcerated residents who are wishing to pursue a career in the arts. I thought it would. I don't really have much more to say about it. I just thought that they really hit the points of what they do and diversified and expanded and built on it. So that was really great to see.
Julius, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely agreed with a lot of news points, including them having both a strong board and staff DEI. I definitely also highlighted the fact that they have programs focused on marginalized communities, including programming for youth from low-income families. They did state actions to promote DEI, action items to promote DEI. So I thought that was great to see. They definitely have a well-compensated both full-time and part-time staff. And I thought it was interesting to see that they have a very high number of volunteers as well. And along with that, a very high number of interns, which is also good to see. And then I also agreed that they have a really high number of programs to serve the community.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add to the discussion?
I appreciated that their online event audiences were ranging from 40 to 150 people, and especially, I think COVID probably helped pivot some of that maybe, but that's a great range to see.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with all the work that I do with artists, and I see on a daily basis the support that they need and all the questions they have. And sometimes I can't answer those questions. And I would love to have something like that here in Ohio. I'm going to have to look in to see if there is something like that near me, but I think it's a great opportunity and a great support system for artists.
I'd like to add on to what Lisa said, and this is really a comment for all the organizations. I just wonder how much they're thinking about connectivity issues, especially for lower income participants in their online programming. Everyone is pivoted to online programming. And Letitia, there is a Cleveland Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts.
I'll look into that. Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit more about connectivity issues? I just want to make sure that comment's really clear.
It was really a blanket comment for all applicants that are exclusively or heavily relying on virtual programming now, right? No one's really mentioned, I could be wrong, I may have missed it, hybrid programming that allows for in-person and virtual, but everyone describes some sort of pivot to exclusively virtual programming during the depths of the pandemic, and not everyone can participate in that.
I think that's a great point, Christina. I think it also kind of alludes to the importance of developing community partnerships. Even if you are an art-focused organization, it's important to reach out to those organizations that are trying to combat the issues in regards to digital inclusion. Because we know that folks not only need access to broadband, they also need access to the hardware necessary to access the broadband. And then there's a need for digital literacy as well, so that folks can take advantage of online opportunities. So that is definitely something good to note and encourage all applicants to pursue.
Which is so great that we're part of getting to help fund people to do more of that.
I'd like to note that since I am here in Sacramento, and part of the work that I do, folks could reach out to me and I can connect folks with our organizations and partners that are in the region that are doing work in regards to digital inclusion. So please share that information out, Melissa.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I was going to say, Julius, you're using all the right words. It sounds like you know a little something about this.
Well, it's kind of my work to know a little something about everything in Sacramento.
Thanks for bringing that point up, Christina, because I know that when the pandemic hit and everybody was trying to figure things out, our school district here realized that over 12,000 families didn't have internet connection. And so, and there were other issues that started happening where the families that did have some internet connection, it was on their phone and the kids are fighting over the phones. And, then we had an influx of people standing next to the library to get internet connection. And they were standing next to the library because they were closed. So there was just like this desperation to be able to connect and to be able to feel like they were still part of the world.
Yeah, that was Sacramento. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. We can do final scores and move on to the Camellia Symphony Association. The Camellia Symphony Orchestra provides unique, inspiring, and dynamic performances and educational opportunities that integrate new works and established classics. And Michael, you're going to lead on this.
Great, thank you. So Camellia Symphony is the longest continuously operating symphony in the region, started in 1961. Came together, as so many groups do, as a group of friends who shared a love of music and wanted to come together to play. And they evolved into a professional organization. They have values that center around, that their stated values revolve around excellence, education, inclusivity, engagement, and stewardship. They've made a good commitment to performing works by BIPOC and women composers. And they also provide support for 2 youth orchestras in the area and do an annual side-by-side with them. Because I'm a budget wonk, I noted that they misstated their income on their application. Their actual income for 18-19 was 86,000 with 101 in expenses. And then for 19-20, they had 118 in income with 84 in expenses. So some, typical of most of us, some shifting budget numbers with the pandemic. I noted that there were a few errors in their narrative. They left a note inside the narrative about saying one particular paragraph that needed still to be tweaked more. And so just a cautionary tale on good proofreading. From the DEIA perspective, their staff, BIPOC and LGBTQ numbers were good, but the board needs more diversity. They stated it was 0%. And I think that that's something that they could work on. And my note about their DEI was that, that the statement in the application could be more compelling. They are a volunteer-run organization, and it's important to note that. And so it's harder for those organizations to organize some of these activities. But the DEI was focused mostly on repertory and how they could diversify the repertory. And that I want to emphasize that that's an awesome first step, and it's where a lot of music groups started this conversation. But now it's moving into how to build more diverse audiences, how to achieve more outreach, et cetera. So I would have loved to see a little bit more discussion on that. They do have 2 outreach programs in Title I schools, which is terrific. And they're doing free violin lessons and concert tickets. They didn't mention if the instruments were provided free or not, but I'm guessing that they were. Let's see. In their employer provided learning opportunities, they said that the playing in the orchestra was the example of a learning opportunity. That's true, but I think that there's more that they might be able to offer to their volunteers. They did lose their funding for their executive director a few years ago, and they do not have offices or staff at this point, or that volunteer staff. It's all volunteer run. They do have a nice record of commissions and bringing lesser known repertory to audiences, but I was a little disappointed that they basically cut and paste the same paragraph about Florence Price into the application at least 5 times. And if you look at their rep list, there were other examples of diverse repertory that they're programming, but they just kept cutting and pasting the same paragraph in there. And again, I think that could have used a little bit more attention. In COVID, they did lose quite a bit of revenue, but they were able to organize, and they did 2 YouTube concerts that had good viewership, which I thought was, they had like 5,000 views on it. So I thought that was pretty impressive for that. And I enjoyed watching their video, and the video essentially told the same story as the application. It just kind of echoed the application. It didn't give me a lot more nuance there. But my one disappointment of the video was that I would have liked to have actually heard more music. It was because it was all narrated, it was difficult to actually hear. But what I could hear sounded like it was very good quality, and artistic quality seemed strong. And I also really enjoyed that there were quite a bit of photos that they had as well that showed that they're really trying to kind of do some different kind of outreach things. There was like a Star Wars thing, there was a ballet dancer thing, they had some video projections, they had vocal performances. So they're really trying with their repertory to be very intentional and kind of bring in new audiences to their performances. So I thought that was a big plus. That's pretty much what I had. So I will bounce it over to Lisa.
Thanks, Michael. You summarized this really great. I have a lot of the same comments. I'll just make a couple notes. I appreciated that over the years, they had changed performance venues numerous times, seeking to make their concerts more accessible to the Sacramento community, and as affordable as possible, and keeping the acoustic quality high, which is, something I applaud. It's one thing to go out and find people where they are, but it's a whole nother thing to remember that quality of music should follow. Sorry, I took several notes. To Michael's point, under the DEIA, under artistic impact, under community impact, and several other areas, the same exact copy was provided and repeated around part of their mission. So I want to just state, it did feel like, unfortunately, part of this application was not completed. And yep, those are the only additions I would have.
Yeah, I would thank you so much for those, Lisa. Those are great comments. And I would also, I would have liked, you know, and this is a general comment for all of the groups. And again, because we're not in Sacramento, you know, they gave good numbers on their attendance numbers at concerts, but it was a static number. So I have no way of knowing, are your audiences growing? Are they shrinking? You know, what's happening? So just getting 1 year's attendance numbers, you know, I don't have enough context to understand if that's good or not. And so, so it would just, in general, it does apply to this application, but it applies to many others that I read, that it would help to have a little bit more context.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm sorry, I will add more to that. I would have liked to hear more about the continued efforts of combining more opportunities for audiences and artists to relate more to the contemporary opportunities. You know, they are reaching new communities, but how can they continue to grow their repertoire and make this music more accessible overall?
Thanks. Any other comments? Yeah.
I'll just say in terms of organizational accountability, you know, and that last section, they really talked about how the pandemic affected their operation and, you know, their income. But I would have loved to know, well, what is the plan moving forward? Because I think it made it a little hard to figure out, like, okay, well, where do you go from here? Because it kind of feels like, well, are you able to even really function right now? Like, where are the next steps? So I think that was, for me, more of a concern or question. And I don't know if anyone else found specificity on what the plan is to move from this point on.
Well, I think that's a good note. Okay, let's finalize the scores and move on to the next application. And we have Capital Public Radio to provide a trusted and indispensable source of information, music, and entertainment while strengthening the civic and cultural life of the communities we serve. And lead reader is Christina.
Thank you. So they started as a single station in 1979, and they've grown into a network of 7 stations throughout the Central Valley and Sierra Nevada. And they also handle live streaming, podcasts, and live experiences, everything you would expect a radio station to do these days. There's a focus on classical and jazz music, and they're growing their coverage of local contemporary music. I was really impressed by their data collection and analysis. So, for example, they have 500,000 listeners each week, 100,000 podcast downloads. They really had a great insight into their listener demographics. And I think you would expect that from an organization with an operating budget over 14.5 million. That was for FY20. I think they may have been among the largest operating budgets, just under the PBS radio station KVIE, I think its call letters are. In terms of DEAI work in their programming, they're responding to listener feedback to represent the interests of their communities. And internally, they joined a BIPOC-led coalition to raise awareness over the lack of diversity in public media. And they committed to the coalition's list of organizational action items. They also worked with a consultant on an organizational assessment, and they're developing an equity roadmap to address their findings. And they've revised their hiring practices, added paid internships, and started tracking audience demographics, and are conducting a pay equity study, which is, I think, still in development now. I'm curious as to why they didn't answer the questions about sharing or preserving cultural heritage. I found that responses that could have been appropriate for that question were sort of woven throughout their application. They have a full marketing plan that covers 3 staff members, research and analysis, consulting, and printed materials. We should all be so lucky to have such a great and fully functional marketing program. The board is involved in decision-making and meets every other month, which I thought was really interesting. However, for an organization of this size with that kind of operating budget, I noted that the giving is quite low.
Great. Julius, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, definitely agree with all the points that Christina mentioned. I thought they had decent staff and board DEI, but it was good to see the programming was centered on BIPOC, LGBTQ, disabled, and other marginalized communities, and they specifically stated to programming focus on the Black/African American community and Latinx community. It's great to see there's a very, very high number of well-compensated staff, both full-time and part-time. Definitely high amounts of artist impact and community impact, an example by there being 49 commission presentation productions that was stated. They definitely serve a very large audience. Christina did a great job of sharing some of the data related to the large audience that they impact daily, and just you could imagine throughout a year. And although they had, decent organizational accountability as well. And as FYI, I try to, because I'm here in Sacramento, I'm trying to keep my comments as broad as possible and kind of align with the rubric as much as possible. So I'll be leaning on my colleagues here to get deeper into details.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything about CAP Radio? Okay. Final scores and comments, and next applicant. And our next applicant is Capital Stage Company, and their mission is to entertain, engage, and challenge our audience with bold, thought-provoking theater. And I believe this is Dante.
Yeah, I thought the applicants provided some great insight to their core programs and services, and really listing them out kind of helped me understand more about what they do and how they connect to community. I thought they had a pretty decent representation of diversity within the organization. I think I did make a note that they should also consider how accessibility aligns with their DEI efforts, and reaching out to more folks with disabilities, whether it be artistically or on staff and board. They talked a lot about the learning opportunities that they took advantage of, and I made a note that I appreciated the anti-racist commitment and tracking method on their website. I think that was really impressive when we talk about accountability, and being able to in real time kind of create a progress report on just the action steps that you're taking is really impressive, and a model I think other organizations could benefit from. In terms of artistic impact, I thought they made great investments into local talent, and they produced pretty socially relevant work. They seem to have built some pretty strong partnerships with local organizations. They did note that they kind of underpay staff, but they have a desire to change that, and kind of has a game plan or metrics to measure that as they move forward. And just as for general comments, I noted that the applicant did a strong job of demonstrating their progress over the past 2 years, but as I've said with other organizations, and I'll probably say with more to come, I would love to know more about their plans moving forward and maintaining the momentum it seems they've picked up over the past 2 years. And I think in particular with their DEI efforts, they did talk about, the learning opportunities that they've taken advantage of, but I made a comment of, but what about the policies related to DEI? How have they been implemented? But I might just need to go back and check that again, especially the tracking system that they had listed on their website. But other than that, it was a pretty solid application.
I think it's Katie. Anything you want to add?
I don't think I have too much more to contribute on this one. Maybe just that I was intrigued that the relationship with Clara, and as an outsider to the Sacramento community, it was neat to sort of review all these applications and see how certain organizations were connected to one another and working together. And I started to build sort of a map of of programming. And so that was nice to see. I appreciated that. And I appreciate that they owned that they weren't quite at market rate for salaries and that they are making those changes. I know a lot of theaters and performing arts organizations are doing that assessment right now, and it's really important. And I appreciated that criteria. And when we see that folks are saying, yeah, we need to make a change, and we're looking at our budget and thoughtfully working towards that change.
Anybody else have anything they want to add about this particular application? Any other additional comments? Christina?
I thought that the board had a really great grasp of its fiduciary responsibility, and how it needs to function for the organization.
Thanks. Anyone else? I can't always see all your faces. Michael?
I wrote that I thought this was a beautifully written application. Like it was really strong, and I just really liked the way, I felt that their work was really relevant and reflective and topical, and that they're really walking the walk. And just I think they're moving to a place where they'll be a fine example for the community at large.
This is Anu. I think, yeah, I agree with what everybody has said. I did have a question. Some of the other applications talked a little bit about, well, one, I guess, about having a community advisory board. And, given that they do a lot of productions that are featuring or on topics related to BIPOC communities, I would be curious what the kind of pipeline of feedback and how that can inform decision-making around the kinds of plays selected and who's coming to see them, and what that engagement is on a kind of deeper level.
Great. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Put in any of those relevant comments and your final scores. And we are moving on to Casa de Brazilian Folkloric Arts of Sacramento. Casa de Brazilian Folkloric Arts of Sacramento strives to infuse Brazilian folkloric arts and healthy activities in communities across Sacramento. And Letitia, this is yours.
So their programming, their main focus is the teaching of Brazilian folkloric capoeira, which is, I love this unique art form because it combines so many other things. It combines music and dance and acrobatics and philosophy and theater. And to quote what they said, it is a game of movements. It also includes learning to play the musical instruments and singing the songs that are in the Portuguese language. So there's just so many lessons to be had in this art form. And then they solely focus on this Brazilian art form The beauty of this art form is that it shares its roots and history with African and Latino cultures. So it's just a really great way to connect and teach unity and common denominators among these communities. And I know that when I see it as a Latina, I see my culture very much embedded in their culture and all of our commonalities. And I always feel like a deep sense of connection. So I think that's just this art form just kind of embeds itself into other communities in just like such a beautiful way. This program is led by a world-renowned Brazilian capoeira master. I wish I could pronounce his name correctly, but I won't go there. He's a Brazilian artist who has been practicing and teaching for, I believe, over 40 years, and he's been leading the organization for 20. He incorporates a great deal of philosophy and history in his teachings, and he travels extensively to continue sharing his knowledge and ensuring that the art form stays alive. And they do quite a bit of collaborations with schools, colleges, universities, and community centers to reach a more diverse audience. But they do primarily focus on students that are in underserved communities. Their in-school programmings are free. Their programming attracts people from across the state and the country. Students who are involved in the programming have a great opportunity to perform in their street festival. Let's see here. Their board, the organization doesn't have, the board and staff. So the organization doesn't have a salaried staff. They operate with 1 full-time staff, 3 part-time, and 45 volunteers, which on the outside, it's kind of like the staff are volunteering their time, which is always amazing to me to see a small budgeted organization run with so little and with volunteers, which is a really, it concerns me, but at the same time, it speaks to the dedication of the volunteers and how they see the organization and the importance of the organization and what they do. The staff, there's a very small staff and board are largely BIPOC, with members being a part of the community that they serve. As far as DEI, they've always had a commitment to racial equity. We know that sometimes when we see these organizations that are primarily BIPOC, it almost kind of feels internally that it can be a little organic for them to look at DEI and have those principles. But they really do great work in the community and kind of looking at their practices and really redefining what that is as they go along. Let's see. Well, they also do regular monthly and quarterly discussions with staff and the board on diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. And they also do those assessments after each of their events. So when we get to the budget, I had a little bit of concern. Obviously, there was a decline because of COVID. But I was a little confused with the Brazilian Day Street Festival, because it seemed like at the beginning of their narrative that they were partnering with them and it was a separate entity. But then on their marketing, it states that they're presenting the festival, but their budget doesn't reflect any kind of income or expense from the festival. So I was trying to understand the connection of that, because also in the narrative, it kind of seems like it is their event. So I just, I was a little confused by that. And the bigger confusion for me was that if they do own the street festival, then how are they doing it on such a lean budget? How are they, because I would imagine that they would have income from vendors and things like that. So I was just wondering, very curious as to how that was happening. I wish there was just a little bit more explanation on that. And also how they have a new studio and how they're handling the overhead on that. I didn't see anything like that in their budget. And they also stated that 70–80% of the budget is used to compensate and teachers, which I wasn't too sure. I'm not a great analyst of budgets, but that's also seemed a tiny bit of a red flag for me. And just in general, I'd like to see them, obviously increase their grant opportunities and to be able to pay that staff and the artists that they work with. That was a little long, I apologize.
Great. No, thank you. Katie, anything you want to add to that?
That was, I'm right in line with you, Leticia. I think everything you said. And the budget for me, I needed more detail in order to be able to really understand. And I think if there's only one thing I might add, is just in terms of accessibility, I appreciated that they spoke to offering Angola style and how that is more accessible physically for many participants, and the health and wellness partnerships that they've been able to strengthen through using Angola style, I thought was a really lovely addition to what you often see in a lot of capoeira offerings. So it was nice to have both. Yeah, you said everything. You just said everything. That was beautiful.
Well, does anybody else want to say anything?
I just recognize that so much of their work and identity is formed around the teachings of their founder. And that always, it's such an identity heavy organization, right? They're so deeply connected to their founder. So is there a succession plan for whenever he decides to move on from the organization? And really, like, the more important question, I think, is, can the organization continue to function without his voice and presence?
That was actually I missed that point at the end of my notes. That was one of the things I was also concerned about. And I know that my comments seemed really negative, but I really do love the work they do. That just, those red flags for me were pretty significant.
No, those are all good points. And again, I encourage you to put as much as you can into the comments, because these are great learning opportunities, just even for the grant applications and other applications that they'll be doing if they continue to seek support. So if we are ready, we can finish the scores on that and move to the next applicant, which is Celebration Arts. Celebration Arts' mission is to provide training and performance opportunities to community residents in all aspects of the performing arts, thereby perpetuating the arts and making the arts accessible. And Dante, that's yours.
Yes, and for additional context, it's not as clearly stated in that portion of the mission statement that was read. Celebration Arts does specifically explore theatrical productions that resonate with the African American experience. So they are really focusing on supporting Black playwrights, Black actors, and it's in turn Black communities through their programming. And with that in mind, I as a DEI practitioner myself, I always challenge organizations that serve a very specific demographic or a very specific community, that they also need diverse representation within that community. And I think someone else has said that on this panel about another applicant, but I noted that there was no representation of LGBTQ plus folks, disabled people, or other marginalized communities on the board, or particularly when we looked at who their focus was for their audience demographics. And I made the note specifically that racially specific organizations must also adopt diversity into their operations and programming. And they are a community theater-based organization, but they produce some pretty, notable Black playwrights. I think they talked about August Wilson work, and I think they talked about A Raisin in the Sun. You know, the more traditionally recognized Black playwrights and Black plays. So I wondered how they were really cultivating new voices. Is there opportunity to connect with new work by Black leaders that is arising in the field? And the applicant described their mission as offering educational training opportunities, but they didn't really outline any of what that educational programming really looked like. And in return, it kind of was a little bit harder to measure the impact of artistic impact and community impact without having a better understanding of the programming. I felt like the organization almost submitted this application thinking that this panel would know who they are or be familiar with this work. So it just kind of lacked some evidence and information, I think, to review it a little bit more easily. In terms of organizational accountability, and this will be my last comment, it seems like they're planning to transition the shift their business model to ensure their organizational sustainability. And I made a note that the board seems to be involved in the planning and organizational operations because they're volunteer based. They have an artistic director, but it doesn't think I think he's still volunteering most of his time and services to the organization. But it seems like he is also very reputable in the Sacramento area. I saw his name actually come up more than once in other applications as a trusted director for some of the productions at other theater companies. So I think it's good that he's involved in the community outside of his organization specifically.
Great. Letitia, anything you want to add?
Just to kind of piggyback off of what Deontay said about DEI and the target, community that they want to work with. The only mention of like working with other communities or other artists is what they talked about, increasing the number of female artists and directors. That was, I think, the only mention that I could find. And I think the only other comment I wanted to make was, as far as our budget, I would have liked to hear a little bit more about the oversight in the question of financial health. And to Christina's comment a few proposals back, they're also very ticket sales heavy. And with COVID, that was a major factor in the decrease of their budget.
Great. Anybody else want to add a comment about this application? Okay, if not, we can move on. And thanks for that note about the mission statement, because some mission statements are so long that we made this kind of executive decision to include the first sentence, but sometimes the first sentence doesn't really get to it. So thanks for pointing that out, because in that case, it didn't really describe the mission in total. So next is Chalk It Up to Sacramento. Chalk It Up's mission is to empower and support the next generation of Sacramento artists through targeted art grants for young artists and the programs that inspire them. And I believe, Letitia, this is yours.
I will start with the DIA. This organization is thoughtful of being in spaces that are ADA compliant. I believe they have some things on their website that are for the visually and hearing impaired. They're very intentional on using BIPOC and LGBTQ vendors and business partners at the festival, which they intentionally do so that those partners and vendors reflect the musicians and artists that participate in the festival. Staff and board take a self-study program and acknowledge the fact that, quote, we all come with implicit bias, and they've also consulted with an ADA expert. Their target audience for their school programs are students in Title I schools where 80% of the students are minorities and 66% are economically disadvantaged. And the festival itself attracts diverse musicians, artists, and audiences. Their board and staff, very quick comments. They have a small board that's somewhat diverse for their focus. Their focus this year is to focus on greater diversity. And another organization that's led and run by volunteers. It seems to be a running theme throughout these proposals. See, their programming, their annual high school self-portrait show is in its 21st year. So kudos to that. They continue the show through the pandemic by maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, and making appointments to view the artwork. For the award ceremony, they set up chairs outside, which I thought was a great way to handle that. And it was nice to see the pictures of that as well. Their main event was creatively shifted to an arts about town kind of theme. And they were able to work with businesses and, to have artists do their chalk arts in front of their businesses or in their parking lots. One of my favorite parts of their programming is the Chalk It Up grant program, which is a really great program that provides funding up to $500 for arts education to schools and nonprofits that provide youth arts programming. And I have so many friends who are teachers, and I watch them every year dig into their pockets and their purses to supply their classes with the proper they need to carry on their programs. And so I was really happy to see this. And 500, I believe, a long way for those that are granted this grant. That's really about it. They have good financial practices. The board is involved financially, directly and indirectly, and assists with fundraising efforts. And overall, it was a good proposal with good support materials. I love their catchy slogan of chalk of the town. And something I learned is that chalk painting was believed to have begun in Italy. And that is it. That's all I have.
Thanks. Anu, anything you'd like to add?
I appreciate co-signing a bunch of the things that Leticia said. I would add that I actually don't think that the board really is that diverse. It's a lot of women on it, but as far as other kinds of diversity, not so much. And I would be curious to know if the core leadership of the volunteers, what that representation is as well. But it sounds like their programming, they're on a trajectory, they're going in a direction, so and that it attracts, this is a public festival, it attracts like 60,000 people a year. It seems a large scale community festival that engages lots of families.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to add?
I'm sorry, I would say to Anu's point about, I agree about the lack of diversity on, with the board, but I guess one of the things I liked so much about the application was how intentional they were about that, and that they were very clear about the fact that they're on a journey, and they were very specific about what that journey entailed. And for me, I think that helps a lot to understand, that they're holding up a mirror to themselves and saying, here's what we're going to do about it. So I enjoyed that. I love their mini grant program. That grant to schools, $500 is huge in the life of an art teacher. And that's, just to help with supplies and stuff. I think that's just a fabulous program.
To Letitia's other point about this being one of many organizations that has hopes and dreams to go from all volunteer run to paid staff, this was one of the few that actually has a plan where they want to start, transitioning their ED into a part-time paid staffer and eventually into a full-time paid staffer. So I really appreciated that organizational planning. And yeah, just another kudos on the mini grants to school teachers, to art teachers.
I'll add to that it was great to see artists get payments. We always want to see that. But that with the pay for the executive director and fundraising consultant, it was just small stipends far below the industry standards. So they need some help there. And then to the point that was just made, they hope to hire a full-time executive director as part of their 3-year strategic plan.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Can finalize the scores and move on. We are at the Crocker Art Museum. The Crocker Art Museum Association, which is the nonprofit. The Crocker Art Museum is dedicated to promoting an awareness of and enthusiasm for human experience through art. We measure our success by our ability to enrich the intellectual and cultural life of the communities we serve. And Christina will start us on this one.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you. So this is a regionally and nationally recognized accredited art museum that's firmly grounded in California's subject matter and artists. And for those of you who don't work so intensely in the museum realm, I just want to bring up that museum accreditation really is like the vetting process, and it shows that all of your ducks are in a row and you have, good governance, proper protection for your permanent collection, you abide by all of these industry standards. So I just thought I would flag that. I think there's this assumption that all museums are accredited, but not all of them are. Their expansion, which is pretty recent, ushered in their first ever traveling exhibitions program, tripled the museum square footage to 90,000 square feet. Or maybe that was the exhibition footage, and spurred cultural renaissance in Sacramento, as described in this application. A new avenue that they've been exploring is the intersection of health and wellness, which is appropriately timed given the adverse effects of COVID. Another avenue is their Kingsley Initiative, which is a 5-year effort to increase the number of Black artists who engage with and show at the museum and also receive mentorship from museum professionals at the Crocker. They display 28 permanent exhibitions and a dozen temporary exhibitions each year, which is a lot, presents school and teacher programs and studio programs, which are sort of loosely defined as hands-on art-making activities taught by artists. Their FY20 operating budget was a little over $8 million, with a healthy balance of earned versus contributed revenue, which I found really surprising because it's hard for fine art institutions to be able to reach that kind of balance. I thought they are making a really great effort across all departments, and including the board toward DEAI work. They listed many major and minor examples. I really appreciated their specificity, and highlighted that they are focusing on cultural competency learned through their programming and ongoing educational training. Nearly a year ago, they hired their first director level staff member devoted to DEAI initiatives and human resources. They wrote that they're working hard to I found this interesting. They're working hard to fairly compensate staff and are updating their wage benchmarks. But I noticed that the salary spread is actually huge, with the ED making nearly 10 times more than the lowest paid employees. I love that they're going to develop a parcel of land for a garden and gathering space. So their expansion is just going to keep continuing. However, there wasn't really any mention about the capital campaign for that or what the plan is. I think at least I tend to assume that institutions this large, always know what they're doing and they have a plan in place, and it would have been great to have that referenced in this application.
Okay, Katie, anything you want to add?
I had many of the same notes, although I do not have as extensive knowledge of museums as Christine. information about the accreditation process. I appreciate you sharing that. I just, the only thing that's not in my notes that wasn't said that was in my notes is, I just found it really interesting, this Community Voices project that they're initiating, having community members rewrite gallery labels to put the language and the voices from the community. I want to go see that when it's done. Like, that was really exciting to me. And I overall felt it was a very strong application.
Any other thoughts about this application? Comments?
I also thought this was a strong application. The staff and board diversity were fairly good, but can continue some work there. The term under-resourced was used a few times and felt a little distant from the communities they may have been trying to discuss, or their intention of who that would be. So that they may just want to take a look at that as well.
I really want to go to this candy store exhibit. It looks awesome. It's really fun and I think a really unique, I think one of the things I like about it is that it's a unique take on representing their community. Like, it's a different way to kind of say, hey, here's a different nuance or angle on the artistic resources that we have here in our community.
Okay, thank you. Let's finalize the scores. And we have one more application before we break for lunch. And that is DBA Arts, Inc. DBA Arts is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to support a vibrant arts community by acting as a partner, liaison, and catalyst for independent arts projects and artists. And that is Lisa.
DBA Arts has also established a history of supporting artists, arts collectives, and creative entrepreneurs. They work with artists and those creative entrepreneurs to fueling the creative economy. And they currently partner with 4 Sacramento-based artistic projects and organizations, and they're seated more as a fiscal sponsor as well. So there's sort of this overarching piece to help others out fiscally and otherwise in advocacy, it sounds like. Let's see. For diversity, equity, and inclusion, the portfolio of partnerships they've had and they currently have seem somewhat diverse, but these are also the values of the organizations they're serving. So it doesn't really necessarily equate with who they are, although it seems they're being intentional about it. It may be worthwhile to have some kind of equity rubric on how they are choosing who they are choosing over time, so it's a little more transparent. There is no staff and the board does lack diversity. I wanted to note that they did help the Black Artists Fund respond to the financial struggles of artists who lost work during COVID, and they had accelerated fiscal sponsorship approval so they could use these grants to support 65 Black artists. Just some work on DEI is probably needed. Artistic impact. Again, it's a good list of fiscal partners they've supported. Let's see, sorry. I want to mention one that they sponsored, the Alexandra Cunningham Sensory Friendly Dance Project. And she creates performances specifically for children and adults with autism and that are on the spectrum who aren't able to attend traditional performances. It's wonderful to see that kind of work being done. I enjoyed learning about the Red Museum, which was more of a DIY venue for creative experiences, which is crucial to a city. Again, they're acting as a fiscal sponsor to provide financial management, record keeping, administrative support to artists and creative entrepreneurs. And they've been utilizing board members and professional network of folks that they've gathered to offer this sort of mentorship and organizational development, fundraising assistance, and other professional development tools to support the folks they're working with. Their operating income for 20 was just over $100,000. They don't have a staff right now. Their contractors are paid based on their own personal rates. The board seems to be doing most of the work. And I'm curious if additional avenues for revenue should be considered, and if the board capacity might be stretched for all the work that they're doing or hope to continue to doing. Sort of what is their path forward? And those are my notes.
Great, thank you. And Anu, anything you'd like to add?
No, I thought it was interesting that the kind of main leader from this organization is also a restaurant owner and business owner. And so I was curious, like the relationship of the work they do and their lens and the resources in relationship to local businesses. It seemed like there was somebody who did business that had a hand in writing this. That was interesting. And yeah, just the fiscal sponsorship for the Black Artist Fund. It was interesting, references other interviews with cultural leaders, including someone else who is a leader of another organization that's also applied. And so I think it seems like there's a range of communities served. It seems like it is within more maybe traditional art spaces, and seems to support interesting and culturally significant projects.
Thank you.
Melissa, maybe you could advise. I'm a little confused with this application. Like, I love what they're doing. I love the concept of what they're doing. And I think it's necessary in communities to have folks like this who want to go out there. But I'm also kind of in a little bit of a meta space here, which is I'm confused as to why they would apply to this body for funding when this body exists to fund artists just like this. And so why wouldn't those artists just apply directly here and rely on the peer process to receive the funding that would support their projects, rather than having this group over here of clearly, dedicated, community involved folks? Like, I don't question for a second what they're trying to do. I'm just confused as to why they would approach this organization for funding, because it seems to create it's like, okay, so we have to trust their curatorial judgment on what work gets created, rather than just letting us determine the work that gets created. Does that make, I see a lot of nodding, so I'm assuming
Yeah.
I have a couple of comments on that. The first comment is, for every applicant, their job is to make that understandable to you so that you don't have as many questions. So particularly for organizations where their work isn't as clear cut and straightforward, we produce art that goes up on a stage or whatever that may be. We put the onus upon them to make their work really clear and understandable as to why they would apply, and that you understand their programs in a way that would make you recommend them for funding. So that part of the work is on the applicant. The other piece, and I can't 100% speak for this, but I do believe the applicant or the organizations that they support are not currently 501c3 organizations here in Sacramento, and don't have or haven't in the past had access to the kind of funding that we can provide, because we haven't had a lot of programs previously to the programs that we're going to be rolling out this year that were that individual artists or collectives or any other kind of creative businesses were eligible to apply for. We are going to be having those programs moving forward, and this year we're going to be rolling out quite a few. So they're going to be ways for organizations to directly access funds for projects that they want to be doing, such as many of the ones that were listed here. But for the most part, they would not have had access to city funding that was just sort of ongoing funding for their program. So that might be an explanation, but again, the burden is on the applicant to make it accessible to you all. Katie?
Now I'm starting to think maybe I misunderstood the application in this case. I was seeing the work of this organization. I get, well, this is maybe an overall question about the process here is I don't think in this process we necessarily know how they would use the funds from this grant, right? We're assessing the organization overall.
Right,
So-
general operating fund support only, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I was seeing that not that this money would sort of pass through this organization
Correct.
to other arts organizations, but it would go
Absolutely.
to the organization to support the business side of arts for those smaller organizations who aren't yet ready to or don't have capacity to apply for their 501c3, doing the bookkeeping and the 990 filing and that sort of thing. So okay, so I was reading that right, like this money would stay with them for those sort of business support services. And something that would have, I think, helped with for me in reading this application is I would love to have a better understanding of how they receive feedback from the groups that they're sponsoring. What is the experience that Michael is nodding vigorously. I, in addition to working in education at a performing arts center, I co-direct a small fiscally sponsored dance company in my community. And our experience with our fiscal sponsor has been important. It's been important to be able to provide feedback to our fiscal sponsor and to have that dialogue. And so I think that it would strengthen it for me to understand how they are receiving and hearing the voices of the people that they are serving.
And selecting the artists and groups that they're supporting. I unless I missed it in the application, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I agree. And even to that note, how they might be birthing these organizations out to becoming their own 501c3s, or how they might be stewarding them to the next level if that's part of their mission.
Yeah, and is it part of their mission? Like, are there some groups that they say, hey, we're ready, like we're going to be your fiscal sponsor long term, or is their goal to move everybody up to their own independent status?
Right.
Melissa, can small groups in Sacramento be fiscally sponsored by other organizations? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we, there aren't a huge number of organizations that provide fiscal sponsorship to other arts organizations, and particularly ones where that's their primary role. There are organizations that will do it for some other organizations because they're part of a cultural community or, for whatever it might be. But it's not something that we have here that you might have in other communities as a robust, resource.
I'm delighted to hear that you're planning on kind of creating a program. I know because you and I have a mutual friend in Jonathan, but like the Arts Incubator program that they did in Houston was a really powerful vehicle for helping, and I'm not referring specifically to this group, but like there's, just in reading the applications, there have been so many that are like, oh, you're really on it. Like you're doing for your small budget and your volunteer force and everything, you're doing so well. And you feel like there just needs to be that vehicle for them to kind of get to the next level. And I've seen that, I've thought that many times in reading so many of these wonderful applications. And it'd be wonderful to see that kind of program created to really help some of these groups kind of get that paid executive director kind of thing, to move to that next level, because so much of the time infrastructure based, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing a good snapshot of Sacramento, and what, you know, what you've said and what you've seen is that there are a lot of volunteer-led organizations here. You're going to see more of them this afternoon and more of them in the future. I'd be interested to hear more later on about your communities and whether this seems to be, you know, a similar situation where you are, or whether you're seeing more of it in Sacramento than you've seen in other places, whether you've been either reviewing applications elsewhere or in your own communities. It's just one of the interesting factors about this community. And yeah. The only other thing I wanted to bring up, and again, this is time before I break away for you to just finish your scores and wrap this one up and put in any comments that you think are helpful. I just lost my train of thought. Well, it'll come back to me, but there is another question that I wanted to throw out to you. So we are at noon, which means you can have a full hour for break, because we're scheduled to come back at 1 o'clock. And I think we can manage to give you your full hour of break and still probably get done a little bit early, if that works for everybody. Does everybody feel good about that? Yeah. Okay. I don't hear any no's. So yeah, thank you for that. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Hey, Melissa.
Yeah.
Before we go to break, I just want to say out loud on the recording for whoever participants are still here, when we started this process, you had made a comment that said, after reviewing all of these applications, you're going to want to move to Sacramento. And I have to say, I really want to go to Sacramento really badly.
I tell you, you all have a standing invitation to come to Sacramento. We'll bring you around. We'll get a van. We'll drive you all these places and you'll see it. The weather's good. Don't come in the middle of the summer. You know.
I can't agree. I can't agree more. I'm so impressed with the diversity of the community, and with, so, you know, you just don't know, right? And all of a sudden you see all this wonderful work going on. And you're just like, golly, this is great. I mean, there are definitely some groups that that are on such interesting journeys. I really want to follow them and just kind of keep an eye and see where these journeys take them, because it's fascinating to watch the evolution.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited about that too. I just remembered the other thought that I had that I wanted to share with you. And I know that you've mentioned it a couple of times about organizations whose budgets seem to have grown exponentially. And I won't say it's a factor in every case, but this community did get a significant amount of CARES funding for the arts. We were really fortunate that our mayor and city council had allocated quite a bit of money to help, you know, this community, which we all know suffered greatly during the years of COVID. So there were some significant grants that went into organizations that impacted many budgets positively. So that was relief funding, but I want you to know that in some cases that might be what you're seeing. Not in all cases, but just if you notice it, that could be one of the factors you're noticing. So, okay, see everybody back at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch or a break, take a walk, and see y'all soon. Everybody, it looks like everybody's back. And as I said, I think we're moving through quite well and should probably be able to get you all out a little bit early today and give you more of the rest of your day back and finish in plenty of time tomorrow. So we have 20 more to get through today. And then we'll finish up tomorrow and we'll have some time for that discussion tomorrow afternoon. So thank you all. And for anybody who is new here as a participant, we are putting up the applications on the screen as we go through them. We're going through an alphabetical order. So you see we are at D, and we'll finish half today and then the rest tomorrow. And participants are here in listen mode only. We're happy to have you and hope you can get a lot out of watching this presentation today and watching the panelists go through the applications. We are not announcing scores online or over this session. We'll be posting them all tomorrow at the end of the 2 days when we have all the final scores. So if you want to come back at the end of tomorrow afternoon, and you'll get to see the scores. We are not making awards at these panel meetings, but we're scoring and we're making some recommendations around who should and should not be funded. So that's where we are. And the next one up is DDSO. And DDSO's mission is to enhance the quality of life for persons with developmental disabilities by creating options that foster creative growth. And Katie is the lead reviewer.
Well, I really enjoyed reading this application. The work samples in particular were very compelling. And yeah, the interview with one of the artists that they work with just really struck me. And I felt like what was represented in the work sample was really well reflected in the application. So I saw consistency there. I noted that their board and staff are, in terms of their population served being persons with disabilities, that they do have a good percentage of board and staff that are also of that community, which I thought was a strong point for them. They did note that they're in the process of recruiting new board members, and it sounded like with an eye towards more towards the DEIA lens and expanding beyond persons with disabilities in that representation on their board. So I thought that seemed appropriate, and they are one of the larger organizations that we saw. I think they seem to do a lot of work. They produce a lot of artwork. They support their participants in producing a lot of artwork. I was struck by the artist mentors for the participating artists. I thought that was a good approach and seemed very supportive of the voices of the artists. And they noted that their reach is starting to become national and even international. It's got some artists that are kind of reaching a wide audience, and they work community-wise. I noted partnerships with the Black, Latinx, Asian, and Rainbow Centers, Rainbow Chambers of Commerce. So a lot of connection within the community. I found it interesting, both connections with community organizations, health and wellness organizations, business affiliations. So strong footing in the community, I felt. Appropriately to the size of their organization, they do complete an external financial audit annually. So that was strong in the organizational accountability area. I noticed that the board groups meet quarterly and sometimes bi-monthly, they said. I did note, I'm going to go back and check this while the second reader is speaking, but I noted in my notes that it said the board is not involved in fundraising for the organization. And they listed 91% of their revenue as earned revenue and 2% as contributed. And I struggled to figure out what the earned revenue was coming from, what activities it was coming from. So if someone else picked up on that, I would love to hear about it, because that was a surprise to me as I was reviewing. But overall, I felt like it was a strong application, a program that seems to really be making a difference in people's lives. And a number of great programs listed. I won't list them all here, but the highlights for me in the work samples were the interview with artist Ray Franklin. The Country of the Blind trailer was really showing some powerful inquiry and in-depth reflection. And then a lot of work with clowning as a form of expression. And that's something that that I didn't see represented in a lot of organizations' artistic approaches. It might be present, but maybe not as prominent. And I think clowning can be such a great art form for accessing some of the health and wellness benefits of theater skill building, in addition to visual art. So those are the things that stood out to me.
Right, thank you, Christina.
Yeah, Katie, I had the same budgetary questions. The earned versus contributed revenue, first of all, didn't add up to 100%. And it was also just so heavily reliant on earned income. I was also surprised to see that the board was not involved in fundraising efforts or giving. You would imagine that an organization that is doing such essential work that is of this budget size would attract board members that are not only working towards the mission, but also helping to financially support it. Something that Katie didn't get to mentioning is that that the performers help shape their own creative plan with the mentor, family member, caretaker, etc. I really, really loved that approach. They're also doing a radio show to reach a national blind audience, which I thought was a great sort of expansion of their impact. Yeah, those were my only other notes on top of what Katie had already said.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment?
When you're asking about the revenue, like are you specifically looking at the client fees?
Yes, in the attachment.
I don't know how it works in California, but we have a son with special needs, and there's a lot of funding that comes along with his conditions. And I know that he has like what they call like a reserve, that we can use the money for certain things. We can use the money for respite care. We can use the money for a lot of things. So those are all free services that we get. And so I'm thinking that maybe those client fees they get a certain amount of money for each of their clients. Now, my second question behind that is then with the decline in their budget, how did that affect their clients and their programming? I may have missed something in the narrative, but I don't recall anything.
Michael?
I love these summaries. They were great. And clearly this is really wonderful and relevant and important work. And I had a couple questions that I wondered about, just like, with their DEI work. I was curious that if BIPOC within their community itself were experiencing their programs or outreach differently. And that speaks to like Deontay's point earlier about, finding, communities within your community to serve, and are people experiencing your programs and services differently? And it was just a question I had that I would have loved some reflection on in the application. And my other question had to do with the economic impact that they were having specifically for their community. And the questions I put on there were like, do artists receive commissions from sales of art, or do actors get paid for performances? And there was nothing about that on there, and at least that I could find. And so I thought, it would also be really cool if some of their marketing dollars could help kind of spread the word about this really terrific work that's getting done. So.
I had a brief note that I was looking for what the name of the organization actually was, as DDSO. So I just wanted to kind of make a note of that in their mission and in their application legal name.
I can look that up for you. Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, Letitia, maybe your explanation about the funding, because I did notice the kind of earned revenue versus contributed, and it was confusing, and that might be the answer. It's Developmental Disability Service Organization is the official name. So yeah, just maybe more explanation about how they got to those numbers, just so that maybe some of those questions would go away if you were able to kind of parse out what that means. Okay, any other comments? All right, thanks. Ready to finish scoring and move on. The next one is Department of Sound. Department of Sound's mission is to provide opportunities for youth through music and simultaneously help cultivate Sacramento into a global media and entertainment hub. Lisa.
Great. So this team is composed of artists, music producers, engineers, and entertainment industry leaders who all have experience in life-changing power of music that we all know in our own ways. And they believe that the multifaceted benefits of music and sound should be a universal right. They do this through music, podcasting, and other mediums. They're offering free programming and resources in music and podcasting production to youth, particularly in Sacramento and the surrounding areas. They're doing this through online offerings, school and community center programs, and in-person events. Their staff, they have a diverse staff composition. Their programs are designed to provide access to economically marginalized youth and those experiencing effects of racial injustices. The organization is also choosing program locations to help bridge that accessibility gap. And it was great to see that they're now translating program materials into 10 different languages. Under artistic impact, I wanted to spotlight a couple examples. The Valley Producer Program, it's a free self-paced course, and it's helping students develop just basic skill needs to produce music and podcasting from anywhere in the world, as long as they had access to that internet-enabled device. And then they have an example of the Scholars, or a program called Scholars Playground, which is a 2-week production course in podcast production. And then they work into oral history programming for youth with the Sacramento Public Library, covering recording and mixing audio. And they're really just leading into the importance of preserving community history. Under community impact, their primary audience is socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, ages 11 to 24, and focusing on middle school and high school students in Title I schools that often have disproportionate challenges, including child poverty and school dropouts and crime, to name a few. The students in these communities are also historically receiving fewer opportunities to be exposed to music and arts education. We hear about this a lot, so I salute organizations that support those needs. The lockdowns caused widespread uncertainty for this organization, and the need for effective solutions was increasingly urgent. So it sounds like they were working to pivot on that quite a bit. The team leaders conduct deep routines and check-ins with the team members individually, which I really loved. They were discussing how each one is feeling about their role in the organization, providing a platform for their voice to talk about financial needs, ideas, openness, and it felt like a very safe environment. They were committed to providing a living wage and equitable compensation to all the team members, even if they were new or less experienced, and contracted teaching artists as well. Board contributions were really strong, and then the contingency plans are made to think of any adjustments that need to be made in the future. So they had good contingency planning thinking. That's all I have for that.
Okay, Dante, do you want to add anything?
No, just that I thought they were really innovative as a relatively newer organization, I believe. I think they've done a lot of great work, especially in the midst of the pandemic, to kind of stay relevant with their community. I love the idea of their pop-up events that they were doing. It looked like they brought on some really, high quality artists that they were working with to work with their constituents. I thought they had a great plan for implementing DEI. I noted that they could use a little more diversity on their board. But overall, I thought they were really doing some innovative programming, again, in the midst of the pandemic, to kind of just, stay relevant within their community. So I'm really interested to see what they'll do in the coming years.
Agreed. And their example video was really strong and captured the work
was.
that they were doing.
Any other comments? Okay. If that's it, then finalize your scores. And we'll move on to Empire Arts Collective. Empire Arts Collective is a nonprofit performing arts incubator dedicated to providing education, resources, and collaborative opportunities for performing artists in the Sacramento area. Letitia.
Sorry, I moved my notes around a little bit.
Okay.
So this organization is being intentional and having a diverse staff and board. Their programming is inclusive of the LGBTQ community and makes sure that all the spaces that they're in are accessible for both program participants and audience members. They focus on producing affordable events created by a diverse ensemble of artists with the intention of providing an inclusive environment with a low barrier to entry for anyone. Their target audience is patrons of the arts and performing arts. I wish they would have mentioned female, because they do, in their narrative, they recognize the unfortunate treatment that females faced in artist spaces. So I wish they would have included that. This organization is multidisciplinary and produces works in theater, comedy, music, choir, and poetry. And they proudly state that they are the only company in Sacramento that offers device theater. They work with all level of artists. It would be great to see them increase stipends. However, they do note that they are honest and upfront with the participating artists and what they can afford. But I wasn't too sure how I felt about this statement made regarding compensation. And I'm quoting it, and it says, "When we contract artistic professionals for their expertise, we look for up and coming artists looking to expand their experience and take advantage of the opportunities we provide." And I'm gonna say that I'm sure that they didn't intentionally mean to make it sound this way, but it felt a little opportunistic on their part, especially the seeking out, the word seeking out, and it just felt a little bit intentional and as if they were trying to save on that budget line. They have established good partnerships for rehearsal and venue spaces. I'm just curious as to why they didn't answer, again, my question of why some of the organizations didn't answer certain questions. They have over 30 partners and hundreds of performing artists that have benefited from their work. Some of those partners I actually recognize from the list of proposals that we're reviewing today. One element of economic impact is that their part businesses has helped them to bring awareness to the business through their increased foot traffic. And I believe that one of their programs was held in a coffee shop before the pandemic. Let's see.
Okay, Julius, do you have anything you want to add?
Definitely agree with most of the Letitia's points, and some of the things that kind of stood out for me was, a strong staffing board, DEI, also the high number of partners that they are working stood out to me, and definitely the high number of artists that they listed that have benefited from their programming in choir and comedy and theater and poetry. Always appreciate seeing organizations that have a high number of reserves. They list 6 months, and so in relation to a lot of the applications that we see, it's a pretty decent number of reserves. Those are the things that stood out for me.
Great, thanks. Anybody else want to add to this application?
I missed 2 points and I apologize. One thing is the composition of their board members. They have 13 and they're all like in diverse professions. And so it's just like they have HR background, they have legal background, they have a diversity advisor, an artist advocate. And their newest board member, and I might have to walk this back after our conversation about availability of grants in Sacramento, is that he's also a grant writer. And so I like the fact that he is artist and grant writing and helping them out in that way. And then I absolutely adored the rendition of Smelly Cat and the Cell Block Tango pandemic edition.
Thanks. Any other thoughts?
I would just say, the list of all the community partners and artists looks really impressive, but for those of us not from Sacramento, it just looks like a giant list. And I think that that applicants in general, not just here, but would be well served just to give us, a list a quarter of the size, but with descriptors for these people, so that, because the only, as Leticia noticed, like, the only ones I knew were the ones that I'm reading their grant applications as part of this, without having to do a lot of extra work outside, like all of a sudden, if I'm gonna have to sit around and spend time Googling all these artists, that's, to find something that's not, it's kind of not within our purview on some levels. It's really incumbent on the applicants to kind of give us a little bit more, a little to chew on in terms of the qualifications of all these people that they're working with.
Thank you, and that's a good note for us too, as the grant makers and the designers of the application, to be so specific as to say, rather than just list people, but provide some qualifiers so that people understand. Because I noticed that as I was going through and looking at many lists, knowing that I knew who these people were, but knowing that our panelists maybe wouldn't, and having more perspective would help. So that's a note for us.
Didn't you say that it's that these are among some of the first panels that you're doing with people beyond Sacramento, that this has kind of been a change for your organization to be bringing in panelists from outside?
We have many of our recent panels, we've really relied heavily on the local community. I ran these panels when they were done in 2018. That was the last year that we had this particular grant. And that's when we actually brought people in. Remember the days when you got on planes and you flew places to go be on panels? And that panel was, there were a number of members from outside the community, but there were probably 2 or 3 that were local. So right now you really only have the benefit of Julius being the local panelist. And we were very intentional about that, because we really did want to take away that panel bias, but you also lose a little bit of that, knowledge. So it's
well, and again, it speaks to the importance of reviews and testimonials where they're available to kind of help us understand, for the organizations. Otherwise, we're putting Julius way too much on the spot here. So.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Just a very quick question. I'm not sure if this has been said, but do they have character or word limits in their responses?
There are, because of the grant system, GoSmart does have basic character count limits, which I think it's about 2,500. I want to say it was about 2,500 characters. So we were pretty generous. What we didn't want to do was to limit people in terms of what they could say, but I also didn't want people to think that they had to, you know, that sense that when you're a grant writer that you're trying to like fit in every last character. We were hoping that that wouldn't happen, but what you realize is that you know, people are going to write the way they're going to write, and some people can do it really succinctly, and other people need more space and time. You know, in the future, obviously we're going to take everybody's guidance, but we might take that into account in terms of either limiting or expanding, depending on what you all think.
I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry, the leaf blowers next door were going full bore, and so I just wanted to spare you that. The mission of Fairy Tale Town is to inspire imagination, creativity, and education in children. And Lisa.
Thank you. So to give a little background on this grant application, this is more of a storybook park area based in the William Land Park in Sacramento. It opened in 1959 as a city entity, and then they became their own nonprofit in 1997. So over the decades, they've served more than 10 million children and their families. I think up to 5th grade is sort of their goal. In a typical year, they're serving 250,000 children that flock to the park for growing and learning and playing, making Fairy Tale Town a top 5 destination in Sacramento. We all need to go visit. We need to visit all of these, so no bias. In addition to welcoming children into the magical realm, over 300 days a year, the organization also offers an array of the programmatic activities, including summer camps, a Spark Music Theater program, live barnyard animal education programs, and more. Sorry, I have to skip back and forth a little. For diversity, equity, and inclusion, they do have a strong staff diversity composition. The board diversity could be more robust. Programs that draw upon these values were not as clearly stated. It would be great to see more percentage of audience and artist diversity compositions shared out well as well here. For artistic impact, the organization really didn't mention how they might expand their boundaries or programmatically expand. It is considering new multicultural offerings and diverse casting and providing lower income school field trips. Due to the pandemic, they had posted daily videos of storytelling and animal introductions and art lessons, which was great. They had a good list of local arts organizations reflecting a wide array of cultural influences and artistic forms that had been benefited in presenting their work in Fairy Tale Town venues, so sharing their space. For community impact, again, 250,000 children and their families in a year, which is a lot, and over 300 days a year. And while events, they had so many events, but while the events like the African Storytelling Festival and the Children's Book Festival present artistic expression and that culture hit on cultural heritage, diversity of programming and outreach composition could again be stronger. They have a strong operating income. For 20, it was about 1.3 million. And they have fair pay for their employees. They have no contracted artists or artist fees that were included in this application. It was unclear how the programming and performers or active artists were compensated. The board donations were really strong, and through the city of Sacramento, they have a program called City U that it sounds like the Fairy Tale Town employees could access a wide range of learning opportunities regarding leadership, management, career development, technology, equity, and inclusion, and more. And those are my notes.
And you hit on all the points that I have.
Thank you.
But definitely to reiterate the fairly strong staff DEI. I definitely agree. Board DEI was decent, could be increased. I did note the intentional programming to BIPOC perspectives. I think that was a good point in regards to DEI. I also noted the high number of paid staff, both full-time and part-time. I thought that the number of volunteers really stood out. It was a really high number, 500 volunteers. That is a huge number of volunteers. Definitely agree with you in regards to community impact. Very, very high amount of community impact with their plays, the art programs, musical theater, storytelling, and etc. And also the board donations really stood out to me. And the fact that 100% of the board is donating. So, and along with that, they definitely had the other aspects of having good organizational accountability.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I was curious if there was any attempt to align any of the work they do to CEA standards. I don't even know if that's important to them or if it should matter in this context, but I was curious as I was reading it, if they, I do a lot of work. My organization also does a lot of work with children, and we're pretty intentional, especially young children, and we're pretty intentional about looking at those CEA standards and making sure that there's some connection there. And also, there's been so much effort to really look at repertory and, everything from stories to songs, and make sure that they're culturally sensitive. And I didn't see anything about that in their application either. I think they're doing wonderful work, and it looks like a wonderful place. And after 2 years of COVID, I feel like I already live in Fairy Tale Town, but I still want to go. And I would have just loved to hear that, because I'm an educator. So I guess that part of it's stuck out for me. So
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then final scores. And we will move on to the Folsom Symphony. Folsom Lake Symphony's mission is to present high-quality symphonic performances for the pleasure and cultural enrichment of the residents of the Folsom Lake region. So as you all know, that we are these are county-wide grants, and Folsom is a town in Sacramento County, and that's where the Folsom Lake region is, and that'll be Christina.
Thank you. So this is a grassroots community-based orchestra that presented its first concert in 2004. They have a fully volunteer staff and mostly volunteer core of 70 plus musicians who are comprised of local music teachers, musicians who have day jobs, retirees, and high school and college students. They offer 5 primary concert programs with a featured guest artist and 3 community outreach concerts, including an instrument petting zoo. And that was something in this grant process that I had been introduced to. I don't ever remember as a kid taking part in an instrument petting zoo. So those are all free or low cost programs. They play music from the standard orchestral repertoire, as well as more mainstream pops concerts to attract a wider audience. For their DEAI work, their board members are actively engaged in shepherding their community outreach programs. However, education and DEAI for staff and board was not mentioned. It seems like it's maybe more of an organic process for them. Their description of performing the work by non-white composers kind of seemed like an afterthought, and I consider like programmatic diversity to sort of be the bare minimum for organizations. I was a little confused by their full-time employee salary range listed as 80,000 to 120,000 when they said that they didn't, that it's a volunteer base. So perhaps that is their entire line item for musician fees, not staff fees. It's unclear to me. Notably, they skipped a few questions relating to their connection to the creative community and advancing new voices. I thought they had a really solid mix of organizations that they partner with, including schools and senior residences. And they plan to increase the number of live concerts they perform at these residences. For COVID, they recorded music remotely and played it on their YouTube channel instead of live streaming, which I thought was an interesting, perhaps necessary choice. I'm not a musician, so I can't really speak to that. But what I really loved is during the shutdowns, they also took the opportunity to reflect on their impact and rewrite their mission statement. So there was a lot of like organizational assessment and looking inward. And finally, I thought their work sample sounded incredible. I just really loved watching their work sample.
Thank you. Michael.
I think Christina covered it really beautifully. I agree with everything she said. I think, yeah, there was, you know, the DEI question. I think I wrote down what you said, Christina, that I consider programmatic diversity to be the bare minimum. And I think I agree with you. I think that there's more that they could do. I think what I was longing for from that aspect of the application was a sense of intentionality behind it. Like, hey, these are our goals. Hey, this is what we're working towards, rather than just like, oh yeah, well, we do this. And I think, so I was hoping for a little bit more intention there. You know, I appreciated that they're presenting new work. I think that's an important thing for orchestras to be doing. I think the thing that struck me most in the application was their sense of, they're sort of keenly aware how their community is changing and evolving. And they are, you know, really looking to try and take, you know, I didn't see a lot of steps that they have taken yet, but I see a lot of steps that they're looking at, and they're clearly, you know, have used this time in COVID to really reflect on kind of where they are and what their role is in the broader community, and to see what, and to kind of, you know, the first step to doing something is awareness of it. So I applaud them for that. I did note that their budget was misstated on the application. Their budget's actually much higher than the numbers that they put in on the application. So, and it was a little confusing how they showed their expenses. They sort of grouped their expenses into two categories, kind of like the necessary, from which then they determined a gross profit, and then the like ancillary expenses to get to a bottom line. And it was, I'm not sure why they do it that way, but yeah, but other than that, pretty much in agreement. Enjoyed the work sample.
Thanks. Any other thoughts? Okay, thank you then. Final scores. And we are moving on to Girls Rock Sacramento. And Girls Rock Sacramento helps those who identify as girls, non-binary, or gender expansive youth build self-esteem through music education and performance, collaboration, empowerment, a supportive community of peers and mentors, and the development of leadership skills. And this is Lisa.
Thank you. The Girls Rock Sacramento also is an environment that's fostering self-confidence, creativity, and teamwork. It's challenging gender stereotypes and encouraging collaboration, with tolerance amongst peers. And it's providing this comfortable space for the girls of all backgrounds to express themselves. For DEI, since 2016, Girls Rock Sacramento has provided summer camps to female, non-binary, and gender expansive youth, ages 7 to 17. It's also recruits and contracts females, BIPOC and LGBTQ plus musicians and creative individuals who serve at the camp as coaches and mentors. So the leadership there is really has a connectivity with the girls. For artistic impact, camps include instrumental instruction, workshops ranging from self-defense to gender identification, band practice, where campers can collaborate to write original music pieces. Students and participants receive intensive instrumental instruction and lesson in drum, guitar, bass, vocals, and keyboard, and form a band with their peers and collectively write a song together. The community impact, they've increased their mini camp capacity to 30 participants in 2021, which is their largest. The camp is followed by an end of week showcase premiering at a music venue attracting 200 plus attendees, and also offering extended weekend programs for female identified adults biannually. For their organizational accountability, they have an operating income of about 46,000. They could use some work in their marketing possibly to build a little bit of budget in that area for recruiting and telling their story more, letting people know what they do a little bit more clearly, and could gain some more traction and funding. The percentage of their board and staff members were likely off on accident. I did notice this is a general statement. I think some people saw what was the percentage of your board or staff in diversity, and they're actually choosing number of people. They currently have paid staff of 1 who receives part-time compensation, and soon to be adding a second part-time employee to assist with programming and admin and outreach. And then lastly, the coaches, performers, and workshop leaders are all offered stipends for their participation in the camp.
Great. Katie, anything you want to add?
Sorry about that. No, I just was, no, I had a really fun time looking through their work samples and learning about the organization. Like, I just have to say, it just was really, it brought a lot of joy to me as a reader to hit those work samples. And it seemed like there was a lot of joy for the participants. And I appreciated the just from a sort of whole child and a social emotional learning perspective in that camp environment, all of the different components of the person that were being supported with the different kinds of experiences. So that made, to me, a really strong program.
Thanks. Anyone else want to add to any of these comments?
I'll just, I don't know if it was said before, but since 2016, they've seen huge growth in who they're, who's involved by, like it said, 864%. So that just, I agree, the enthusiasm was in this application.
Great, thank you. Okay. We can move on to the next. To the Hmong Youth and Parents United, to exist as a nonprofit in the city of Sacramento and provide educational, social, and economic opportunities for underserved communities such as the Hmong community. And Anu.
I was excited to see this one with what I do understand of the Hmong community within that area. And I think I'll just go over a few of the key points that I noticed really kind of high level. It's definitely very grassroots, deeply committed to the community, comprised of Hmong staff and board. The programming reflects Hmong cultural work. And I thought it was cool that they're also aware of kind of sharing that out with a larger community and wanting to be in touch with other kind of marginalized groups that they are kind of in connection with. I thought with artistic impact, and this is where I think this larger conversation about where artistic, cultural, and community impact weave a little bit together, that it seems to be about connecting traditional folk artists from older generations and bridging some of those kind of with intergenerational exchange and teaching. And I thought that was really, really cool because a lot of times in the US, there isn't really as much resource for folk arts and artists who are coming from different cultural lineages and traditions outside of what is maybe more predominant or more resourced, I guess, here. I thought they had a lot of different programming that was interesting, that also wove into addressing kind of basic needs around housing, healthcare, education, disparity prevention program to support youth with developmental differences. And then with the COVID pivots, getting into COVID testing, and they engage in this kind of community needs assessment format. They were doing food distribution, summer camp. So it was really like holistic as far as addressing needs and using arts and cultural forms as also a form of, kind of, it was just woven into the community impact. I thought the budget was clear. They don't do it on as much, well, their grassroots origins, I think their budget has grown. It seems very clearly responsive to the community, engaging in the community and their leadership and operations. It was an impressive amount of work actually on a very, very small budget.
Great. Katie, anything you want to add to that?
I think just that I appreciated they noted that they are paying folks when they can, but with funding, they would want to be able to apply that money to pay people a higher wage. And I really appreciated that honesty. I loved, and I put this in my community impact section, but I think it could live in another section too. They talked about serving by being advocates and servant leaders was the phrase, advocates and servant leaders. And that really resonated with me. I felt that was a really powerful approach. And especially in terms of supporting their own community and preserving the cultural heritage there, and also connecting outwardly with the larger Sacramento community. And I noted that they engaged in a lot of resource sharing and partnerships, which I felt contributed to their application. That they had an economical marketing strategy for a smaller organization. A sort of a nimble and economical marketing strategy is helpful. I did note that 99% of their revenue is contributed, and sort of as we talked more about the sort of funding landscape in Sacramento, I'm musing on that. This is not a note one way or the other, but if you have an organization that is really, I think, and not only is relying on contributed revenue, but might really need to by virtue of the services that they are providing, that it's not an organization that's doing ticket sales, or that's, you know, contracting with a school district for earned revenue. How is it that organizations that do important cultural community-based work are able to be stabilized when they rely so heavily on contributed revenue? Yeah.
Thank you. Other comments or feedback about this application?
I would just point out that the discrepancy between the number that they put listed on the budget on the application versus the actual budget. It was 38,000 shown, which I think was their profit, but their budget was actually 168,000. Still a small budget, you know, but it's just to make sure that we're all clear about that. And again, this is another group where you know, the list of all of the local artists and companies that benefit from their work really could have used a lot more fleshing out. Just to give us, you know, Melanie's dance group tells me absolutely nothing about, you know, as a listed group. So again, like testimonials or reviews or just even experience, you know, where they've performed before or things like that would be really, really helpful to understand the broader community impact. So I really liked, there was something I really liked. I just thought that their cultural events that they were doing were really could be more leveraged more as really wonderful opportunities for community sharing. And I really, really liked like their COVID-19 response, their anti-Asian violence response. Those are very, very laudable things for them, for a cultural organization to have stopped and made the shift to do. And I thought that deserved to be recognized in this context.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Then I think we're ready to move to the next application. Excuse me, which is the Iranian American Cultural and Educational Center to preserve and promote Iranian cultural, music, art, education, and history, and to create a bond between Iranian Americans and the community at large. Julius.
Yeah, so I guess kind of prior to getting into this, I think we've heard some comments regarding like the previous applicant and a few others, and I'm sure we'll get into it into some more. And regarding not only the culturally focused organizations, but many of the other organizations that are probably likely to be smaller organizations. I'm wondering how much opportunity was there for either capacity building or technical assistance for completion of applications. You know, it looks like a lot of folks could have benefited from that type of opportunity or service. So I was wondering, Melissa, if you could share a little bit about that.
Thanks for asking. Yeah, because there were, what we did this year that we had not done in the past is which we did really intentional outreach to culturally specific organizations whose maybe their primary focus was not like, we are not an arts organization, but we are an organization that encompasses the arts with other things we did. We were more intentional with that this year. So as a result, we got lots of new applications from new organizations who had never applied before. So that was the really good part. But, you know, again, if you've not done a Cultural Arts Award grant application before, it's probably really different than other types of applications that, you know, you're being asked to fill out for different types of programs. So we really did try to provide workshops. So we did grant writing workshops, work sample workshops, where we invited people to attend all by Zoom, and then we recorded them and posted them on the website and kept trying to, you know, send people to these workshops just to get a sense about how to answer questions. And we also had a grant writing mentor available who was not a staff member who we contracted with. And you could make appointments with this person to really sit down and get some one-on-one support. Now, that said, did everybody take advantage of that for whatever reason? No. I mean, we had really great numbers at a lot of things, but certainly everybody didn't do it. And there are probably multiple reasons why everybody didn't take advantage of those opportunities. So again, we've learned a lot through these applications that there's lots more work that we can do on our end to make sure that we're providing the right types of support when people are trying to write applications, and making sure that we're reaching so many different communities with the kind of support that's going to be most useful for them. So it's really a learning process for us. We're trying to be really as open as we can when we're looking at these applications, and not just trying to be supportive and not dinging people if again, we keep trying to say it's not about how well written the application it is. But as soon as you say that, the other side of the coin is that people are drawn into the story. So being able to tell the story well is pretty important when you're trying to assess an application. So those are my comments. Again, we know we have work to do in this process. So that's where we are.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Melissa, and kudos for you all for the things that you did offer up, and kudos for acknowledging that more work can be done for sure. In regards to the current applicant, I think that work that is focused on preserving and promoting culture is extremely important. And it's awesome to see that they are focused on doing such in the areas of art, piano, theater, acting, and more. But it is unfortunate that there was a lot of information that was not submitted on the application. And I personally did not want to assume, but I was trying to do my best to kind of pull out things that align with our rubric and the things that were asked for. So in regards to DEI, definitely the staff and board, like I said, you can assume some things, but you don't want to. That information was missing, and it was not included. The workforce composition information was not included. So kind of just moved through the application, and was good to see that their programming was focused on all ages of the community that they serve. In regards to artistic impact, they listed some desires for programming, but for like workforce and the support of like the local creative and artistic community information, it was not submitted. In regards to community impact, I noted that they were offering some programming that is in disinvested neighborhoods, bringing youth from historically disenfranchised communities, which are things that I could glean from the application. And unfortunately, there's not a lot also in the area of organizational accountability as well, unfortunately. So, I apologize that I don't have a lot else, but definitely would like to see what Michael has to say.
Michael.
Oops, there we go. Thanks, Julius. My experience and reaction to this application was very similar. And again, you don't want to judge too much what you're seeing on the page here, but we're also only given so much information to work with. And so, this is an organization that I would really encourage to take advantage of the workshops that are out there for newer groups to understand kind of the process of putting an application like this together. And hopefully, I hope that when those kind of things are made available, and Melissa, it might be really great if even there were a few examples of really well-written applications, really, ones that received good marks from panels, and why, you don't want people copying them, but you do want to show effective examples. But yeah, going through the application, like the DEI question was really not addressed. And the work is admirable and important, but they need to be a little bit more organized on the DEI front. and have a little more clarity of what that means in their community. I was really intrigued by this radio station, but there was no discussion of it. There was no discussion of how it's being used to promote Iranian culture and music, or to be a safe space for cultural sharing. They have classes, and some of that was shown on the video submitted, but it's unclear who those are for, if they're for the general public, what kind of enrollment they have, and also no indication of the quality of the classes or artwork, that was being done. Who's teaching these, what are their qualifications, and even just testimonials from participants would be really valuable if we knew that these classes were making a difference in these people's lives, in the stakeholders' lives. Then I'd really love to hear more about it. It's hard to tell if they're just kind of getting started or if they were just severely impacted in COVID, but I would have liked a more thorough discussion of exactly what their programming is, exactly what their services are, what are the artistic and cultural components, and then who is involved, so that we can do that. There was no indication of any community partnerships that I could see on the application. That part was left blank. And then the budget also was a little confusing. The numbers that are on the application are different than the numbers that were presented in the upload budget wonk, self-confessed budget wonk. And there was one budget had over $300,000 of in-kind services, but those weren't matched up, from an income and expense way, so we can see exactly, how much cash are they dealing with. So, relevant work, important work. They mentioned the Afghan community, and we all know, what's happening there, and that there's we certainly have that here in San Diego. We have a large influx of Afghan refugees who are coming, and there's a lot of discussion about how we can be effective partners for them in the community. So I see all this potential, but what I did not see was a sort of organized, cogent way of kind of presenting all this to us, so that we had a sense of what they were actually doing. So.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add any additional comments?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few things, which is, I think maybe part of what's happening here is language barrier as well. That's what I was reading in this. And it's interesting, when I looked at the work sample, I thought of the community that I grew up in as well. And I think that, when I was looking at some of the numbers they were saying, I don't discount all of the things that you all are raising. I do think that, when we think about DEI work and how certain institutions that have not nearly done the kind of work that I would imagine that the groups like this are doing, but have the institutional backing and have the ability to, deliver all of the stats and to be able to present, because they're more facile with the language of the funding world. So I don't think that necessarily discounts what everybody's already bringing to the table about this. But when I was reading into some of the things information they were sharing, I noticed that all of their classes are free. They have been helping, some of their classes are about engaging artists who kind of learn how to start their own businesses online, and they said, graduated from these classes. Their events are 550 to 500 per audience or activity. Classes are 8 to 12. And I just, and then I looked at their radio station, which was kind of incredible to me, the diverse offerings of concepts of psychology, Persian music and poetry, mystical look at the dimensions of human existence, Persian literature and art, botany, horticulture, all from members of the local community that are getting to really share. And it is in Farsi, so I don't think everything on the website. I really do think that this is a big question of language access here, because to me, it seems, when I just look at this radio station alone, what they're doing absolutely should be funded and is absolutely part of this. But again, I wonder if this speaks to maybe some kind of offerings in the future that could allow for groups, who are not English first, that's not their first language, to be able to kind of better understand kind of what's expected and the rubric and all of these kinds of things. So just wanted to offer that.
Well, and I wish they'd put all that radio station information, even just a start of putting that in the application would have gone a really long way. I mean, you went an extra step and to look it up, and to see what was there. So I thank you for doing that, because it does help to know it.
I mean, I honestly just did it when you all were talking, because I was like, man, I want them to, just what are you guys doing here? And it was like kind of stunning, actually. So I don't know. These are all good questions to raise.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything you said, Anu, and it's one of the reasons why I led off with recognizing the importance of the cultural work, and like the unfortunate situation and it not being fully seen in the application, because fortunately I'm here in Sacramento and engaged with a lot of our different communities, and so I understand the importance of the work, and I can, it's like I said, I can easily assume what they're doing, but unfortunately in the application it wasn't submitted, so.
I don't think there's any question about the validity of the work and the importance that this community, the support that this community needs and can provide, and it's just, but again, when this is what we've, as Melissa has said, it's up to the groups to kind of show us and to tell us the story. And I just wish this group could have done more.
Yeah, and it does kind of, it just brings me back to the work that, we as an organization need to do to find better ways to provide support that meets people where they are. So you can provide grant writing support to new applicants, which often can help. But as Anu said, if you have language barriers, we need to find a way to get beyond that. And when it's worked well in the past, it's been an organization who has at least one board member who's willing to, have that dialogue with you and then translate to, whoever is either writing the grant or writes the grant for them, because you've been able to have like a really just a good conversation with that person about what we're looking for and how to tell the story. But the work is on us now, but it's good to know moving forward that we're going to have to take that on in a stronger way with communities where there is a language barrier, and there's lots of them. So thanks for those comments. All of them were really useful.
Anu, thank you for your perspective.
Yeah, Anu, thank you.
And then Melissa, definitely let's connect.
I really want to.
We can work together to engage with our different communities that are SEL, and identify organizations and ultimately individuals that can help with translating things. So
that's great. I was gonna get you offline on that, but you said it publicly, so we'll have that conversation. So thank you for diving into that conversation a little bit.
I have long been an advocate for like a wish that public agencies, like either at the city, county, or state level, could create like a mini grant program where it's like a $2,500 one-page application. I mean, it's daunting to, like, you can imagine if English is not your primary language, to come up with an 8-page application that's very nuanced in the way it asks questions is, that could be very intimidating. And so, but like a simple 1-page application for like $2,500 mini grants could make all the difference in the world for a group like this. And that's what if you ever do it, I will volunteer to be on your panels.
All right, I'll remember that. Yeah, I mean, I think we were trying to do 2 things simultaneously: get really good information, have a usable rubric, and reach out to brand new communities and they don't necessarily go together all
Well,
that.
but you've been successful in reaching those communities because they're applying, and that's
Yeah.
so that's so the olive branch has at least made it part of the way, right? Like of opening that, and not just with this group, but of several that are in here that are new applicants. So I think you should be commended for that you've been able to have that much success. It's now where does it go from here?
Next steps, definitely. All right, thank you. Next application is KVIE. We are moving back and forth between so many different types of applications. It's interesting. PBS KVIE inspires you to explore the world and connect with your community through the integrity of public media. And Lisa, you're going to lead on that.
Thank you. So KVIE is a nonprofit, non-commercial educational TV station serving what they're calling the nation's 20th largest television designated market in the area of San Francisco, Stockton, Modesto. This area also consists of 16 of California's 58 counties and reaches nearly 1.5 million households. The board staff and diversity are low and could use more consideration and strategy. This feels like a pretty progressive, on the ground, locally connected organization. So it may be of use to move more quickly and forward with their diversity strategy with board and staff. The organization does understand the diversity of the community, and it's looking at all the data findings that it can pull together from that. And again, this should be better reflected in the infrastructure of the organization. They've produced some great programmatic offerings. An example would be a documentary on the LGBTQ+ community in 2022. It'll be airing with public screening event and panel discussion with leaders from that community and movement. For artistic impact, they had some captivating examples. I'll admit I might have spent more time on their examples than anywhere else with their programming offerings. It was really compelling. The content, it's educational, it's entertainment, and it informs the communities it serves in many subjects, including art, science, and humanities, business, history, and cultural or current events. Another example of that would be an Emmy award-winning content that shines a spotlight on the diversity of the local communities as well as its triumphs and challenges. They focus on emerging artists and art trends and throughout the US. So it's sort of paired with local art segments combined with some of their top 20 PBS market content. So it's a nice blend. For community impact, the programs, again, are broadcast to nearly 1.5 million homes. KVIE's programming was watched by 66% of people whose income was under 25,000, and 53% of people of color, and 60% without college education and more. Their metrics were pretty expansive. And then they plan to create more content that's relevant to their communities ongoing. They also provided at-home learning for grades 6 through 12 from March 2020 to September 2021 during the pandemic. And then for organizational accountability, they have an operating income of around over 15 million. They have 54 total staff, 80 volunteers. They do have a strong pay and benefit package for staff. They offer seminars on diversity for their staff as well. They're dedicated solely to fostering a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion where employees may share their stories or articles and other resources. And they provide continuing professional education at no cost to its employees through UC Davis. And then finally, they consider internship. Oh, I was thinking they should consider more internships. It didn't seem like they had any. This seems like a really great place to be more inclusive to your community and kind of let them see how it works and get a new generation of folks involved. And then they had strong board donations.
Thanks. Letitia, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Lisa, for that. You touched on everything that I had in my notes. The only thing that one is in regards to the staff not being diverse, I think they touched on the fact that because they have so little turnover in their organization, that it's hard for them to reach out and to hire in a more diverse staff.
That's a hard spot for organizations to be in.
Yeah.
Any others?
Yeah, I made note of that comment too. And it felt, I can't find the right word to describe it, but it kind of felt like they were avoiding looking at other avenues to implement DEI, whether it be on the board or committees or outreach or partnerships. It just seems like that was like an easy way out to say, oh, well, we don't have high turnover, so we can't really, hire diverse voices. But I was like, that feels like a cop out in a way, because if you're really serious about it, you'll go the extra mile to create some opportunity and or adopt policies to really advance DEI for the people that you already got in your pool.
I think this is such a great comment for, again, any organization that's going through those kind of changes right now or has been starting that journey for the first time or ongoing, to consider sort of the infrastructure and how you can adopt new planning or crack that open a bit more.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, we can finalize those scores and move to, I think, is this our last one before the break? Yep, the Latino Center of Art and Culture. Founded in 1972, the mission of the Latino Center of Art and Culture is to empower the artistic, economic, and cultural development of Sacramento's Latino community through the arts. Letitia.
I'm sorry, my cursor disappeared. I apologize.
That's okay.
So I was very excited to get this, to be the lead on this, as I lead the only Latino Arts and Culture Center in Northeast Ohio. So I always embrace the opportunity to see how other organizations are doing what they do and maybe possibly connect and collaborate somehow. So we'll start with DEI. The center grew out of the Chicano civil rights movement, giving a voice to Sacramento's Chicano artists. So they're really embedded in DEI with all of their outreach and what they do. They primarily work with the Latino community, but also include other marginalized communities in their programming and outreach. The center was founded based on the principles of DEI and grassroots that combines art and social justice and recognizes the need for a balance in the cultural landscape. They also are intentional about targeting poor working families, and they actively seek social justice. Again, sorry, that's a repeating. In 2000, one of the great things, and I would like to find this publication, is that in 2013, they created a publication that resulted in the establishment of the Sacramento Cultural Equity Program. And one of the other things they do as well is they hold all their meetings in both English and Spanish. Their programming reflects and serve artists and communities who are marginalized, whether by race, class, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, and our immigration status, which is something that hadn't been really talked about, that community, the immigrant community. They work with a multitude of artists and assist in selling their works, and they provide grant writing workshops for them. Their board has 10 members and is diverse with 78% BIPOC, 18% LGBT, and 9% disabled. The board lives in the community that they serve. Their staff is also diverse, 100% BIPOC. There is 1 full-time and 3 part-time staff, and over 200 contracted and seasonal staff. Their hiring practice is to hire individuals, and I'm quoting, who choose us and as much as we choose them. I really like that. The board contributes financially, but does not assist in the planning of fundraising. They offer professional development opportunities and subsidize any fees for them. And I thought it was an overall really good proposal. I promise I kept my emotions out of it, but you know, and it was great for me to learn about another Latino arts organization. Two things out of the narrative that really struck me is that they focus on and hold tight to traditional art forms while understanding the mindset and needs of the future generations. And they also recognize that to some traditions may perpetuate outdated gender roles, and they value where their community is and try to move with them rather than impose values that may not immediately be embraced. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And Lisa, anything you want to add?
Sure, and Letitia covered it. I'll sprinkle in a few extras, but yeah, the board diversity and staff diversity composition was really fantastic to see. They did specify too that they want to serve artists and communities who are marginalized by race, class, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, and or immigrant status. I have so many notes, sorry. Just want to focus on a couple of these. Yeah, going back to what Letitia was saying, they have these multidisciplinary cultural center offerings with new insights into that contemporary look and programming, and then emerging Latino art, while at the same time supporting that maintained centuries-old cultural traditions and traditions that speak and reflect Latino identity and history. I thought some of their data was really great to see. One piece in particular, that Latino children make up the majority of the state's population younger than 18. And then I love that they employ a large number of artists in their production of their programs and offer comparable and often higher compensation than many other community organizations do.
Okay, any other comments?
I also forgot to mention again that they received quite a bit of, I think, the CARES funding, and they were able to use it to hire commission 40 unemployed artists who were charged with creating works that address the impact of COVID in the marginalized communities. So I thought that was a really great way to spend the CARES funding.
And this is Anu, just that I love how they grew out of the Chicano civil rights movement, that they're one of the few larger cultural organizations reflective of the Latino community in the area. And there's, yeah, just almost all the events are free. Lots of partners, it's really cool.
And I'll just add that I really appreciated their organizational values were really clear throughout the narrative. And that's one thing that I think many applicants, all organizations should really do, is demonstrate what are your organizational values, especially when we're for those of us who might not be familiar with the organization and understanding where you are in your process and how it connects to the work you do.
I
Thank
was
you.
totally impressed with this application. So much intention, right? It's like everything was intention, and it was, you just walked away from it going, I know exactly what these guys do, exactly why they're doing it, who they're doing it for, and the successes that they're achieving as a group. I was just blown away with this one. I thought they were great.
Great. Well, you can finalize those scores, and that's a good place to end before the break. And I think we're due back in about 10 minutes. Is everybody okay with a 10-minute break and forge through until we get to the end? And today is 2/22/22. For those of you who didn't know that, I found that out today. So an auspicious day for us.
So we
So-
just passed 2:22 p.m.
Oh
too.
my, that's when I should have said it.
You should have stopped the
That
presses.
moment is gone forever for me. So,
And if anybody's thinking about traveling overseas, United Airlines is offering, if you have miles, they're offering a 22,000 mile ticket to anywhere in the US to London.
oh, I would just rather have a $22 ticket anywhere. Anywhere.
It's 22,000 miles. I wish it was $22. If it was
Okay.
$22, I'd have my other computer over here like booking 5 trips. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Have a tiny break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Because I mistakenly, I think, put Katie as the lead reader, and she wasn't. So
Sure, I'll try.
We can be a team,
we can
maybe.
tag team on
Okay.
this one. And I think this may be my last huge error, but if I call out your name and it's not you, feel free to sort of yell out to me that that wasn't supposed to be me. Okay, so the Linnea High School Theater Festival. Our mission is to inspire high school theater students to develop their artistic skills, share their unique voices, and collaborate with their peers in an interactive and supportive educational environment.
Yes, so I'll just note that they've been around for 66 years. I believe established in 1956. Their core program is, I believe, a 3-day theater festival, which brings together approximately 1,500 students from 70 schools to perform theatrical pieces, present technical designs, and student-written original work. Just briefly, because this was one of my secondary ones, but I did a quicker scan analysis of their application. In terms of DEI, I noted that I would like to see a more proactive approach to implementing diversity, equity, inclusion. I questioned, how does DEI influence the instructors, presenters, and evaluators that they hire for the festival? I wanted to know, are they doing any direct outreach to diverse communities or schools that are from more diverse communities? Under the community representation section, they say, aside from the BIPOC and LGBTQ plus representation on their board, but they note that there was only 14% of BIPOC and LGBTQ representation. So I didn't think it was as diverse as they were trying to make it seem, unless numbers are wrong, because when I looked at their board, that kind of meant there was only one person who was either of color or of the LGBTQ plus community. They seem to be having great impact with the students, really working with a large group of schools and attract, a great number of students for their festival, especially in terms of impact, helping students to grow and develop their skills. I will say it's not the most unique program. I would love to know a little bit more insight specifically in the offerings that happen at the festival. And in terms of organizational accountability, it seems like they're still trying to find new ways to be relevant with their student population. So overall, it was a pretty solid application, I think.
Can I join the discussion?
Please.
I felt similarly. I felt like maybe they're at the beginning of their DEIA journey, which I was a little surprised to find them at the beginning of it, working in both theater and education, both fields that, really are pretty have been on the spot in the last couple of years, really, with that topic, and really had a lot of attention on them. So it sounds like they're at the beginning of that journey. One of the things that I really enjoyed was in terms of access. They spoke to, I think that the student written submissions used to be a situation, I think, where they could only be sort of in the festival and scored and given feedback on if they were able to be produced at the festival or read in some form, and not every school has capacity to send enough students to physically be at the festival. So to allow pieces to be included when schools don't have the financial means to send students, I thought was really great. I thought that was a really good move in the access direction. And I appreciated that they talked about over time adding in opportunities for students to participate, not just in the performance realm, but also in the design realm and the writing realm. I think that has been a good growth for them. And I think those are about the notes I have. Fairly balanced between earned revenue and contributed revenue that I might expect for a organization like this. But I did note they had 12 months of operating reserves, and it's hard to judge, how, what that is a sign of what that is a sign when it's a 3-day festival. So does that mean they've got enough financial reserves right now to do another festival, or are there 12 months of operating expenses that we're not really quite able to see just yet? But generally, when I see 12 months of reserves, that gives me a strong sense of stability for the organization.
Thanks. Any other comments on this organization?
I would, Michael here, I would, one thing I really appreciated, and I feel like I'm a one-trick pony sometimes on this, was that they had specific quotes and testimonials from like teachers of kids who were involved in the program, which I thought was really great. It's like, oh, I'm getting a neutral arbiter of the value of this program for the people who are participating in it. So good for them for doing that. This application raised some questions for me, Melissa, that may be more to you, which is that when you're purely an educational outfit and you don't seem to do public performances, from what I can tell, that really the performances seem to be limited to the kids themselves and their teachers at this 3-day festival, there are a lot of aspects of the rubric that fail them on some levels, and because it's not this group's fault, but it's like that you have to look at artistic significance through the lens of an educational venture, which I do think this application could have spoken to a little more strongly in terms of alignment with like CEA standards and things like that. But they're not necessarily presenting new work or supporting new voices or highlighting Sacramento's reputation as a regional arts destination or preserving cultural heritage in some ways, although you could argue that they do. And so it's all still valid and important work, but they suffer on some of the artistic and community rankings, because the rubrics don't really fit, the education groups. And as a CEO of a purely educational organization, I can get on quite a soapbox about, I can get on a bit of a soapbox about this, because it frequently educational organizations are asked to compete in grants programs like this for funding when their mission is so substantially different that we're kind of forced to fit our square pegs into the round hole.
Yeah.
So I'm curious any thoughts on that.
We did have a conversation early on when we were talking about our grants programs. And because I've worked in the education component of the organization for a long time, separating out organizations which were primarily education organizations. We really talked about that because in some cases, you're right, they don't fit the same kind of boxes that a public performing or, an organization that has to sell tickets or have sponsorships or other types of things. And their goal is very different. They're very youth oriented for the most part. We just didn't have, for a lot of the reasons that unlike groups are put in this one big basket, we don't have the staff resources to have as many grant panels or as many grants as we would probably like to be able to break them down into component parts. But it's something that I hear. We tried to include questions on the application that would be more geared towards an education organization, really talking about who you're serving and how you're serving them. The artistic component, I could see, areas where it would be much harder to make a case, but I could also see areas where you could make a case for preserving a cultural heritage and, different aspects of, their artistic, impact that they're
Groups have a
having.
hard time. I think when you hear preserving a cultural heritage, like as a theater group or for myself running, music, music education, it's something of a leap. I think when we see cultural heritage, I think of like, oh, I'm like, like ballet folklorico or something like that. I think I think that's where kind of the brain goes initially.
Right.
And it's hard to imagine, yourself. I mean, some groups did kind of connect the dots for us, but a lot of these education groups didn't.
Right. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see as we move towards the other educational groups. And there was never the expectation that any organization was going to be able to check every one of those artistic boxes. We were guessing that people would check one or two at the most and say the other ones, if I'm bringing in new voices, maybe I'm not preserving, cultural heritage or vice versa, but you could lean into where you were really good and it would, the rubric would work itself out as we moved in that direction. But we've also conditioned people to see a question on a grant application and feel like you have to answer it, even if you're trying to kind of pigeonhole yourself in that area. So it's it's a question moving forward. How do we maybe separate out a whole different, batch of questions that if you check the box, I'm primarily an education organization, then the application could lean towards those questions that fit your organization.
Ask my colleagues in city funding here, they would tell you that I've been a somewhat obnoxious voice in this regard. And so voice heard and recognized. So thanks for those. It'd be great to look at them as I have a lot of the music education groups, coming up later.
Yeah, you do.
And I'd really like, it'd be good to look at them when we're done and see like, are they
see where they all fit
fall in the bigger scheme. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So
may I add one more thing? I'm sorry. Because I feel like some of my comments were really difficult and challenging to the organization, but I think I want to just highlight some more things about the application that stood out to me in a positive way as well, because there was a lot of great about this application. And one of them was in the work sample and seeing the student participants. They really seem to be engaged. And I think it's something that the students are looking forward to annually. And one of the coolest things that I noticed is there were other applicants in this pool who talked about their youth participants going to this festival. And so I felt that was cool. It kind of underscored the connection to me of the festival to the community, and the relevance of the festival to youth, even amongst the organizations that we're looking at supporting.
I'll say also that I think it's been said, but just to underscore what Deontay was saying, that I do think that DEI could be stronger as far as core leadership representation and integrated within the overall strategy. And it does bring up an interesting question overall in reading all of these applications and proposals, that what does DEI work look like can be really different according to where the organization is at. And so that's just something that I've been thinking about. Some groups that are more kind of indigenous, just incorporated, because that's actually what it means to do exactly what DEI work is, where it's called something in a language and a kind of culture that's very different. Anyway, it just shows the kind of a particular kind of cultural dominance of how we're thinking of this stuff and who's. So anyway, it just brings up some interesting questions around how you assess that based on where people are at in their journey and what culture they're coming from, and who are they trying to include.
And also, these applications are a learning tool for us as a city funding agency, when we can look at the landscape and see where people are in their various journeys, and what they're struggling with and what they're doing well. We have an opportunity to offer, future programs, future services to help organizations that want to move forward in this process, to help them do that work and help them develop some resources. And then we'll know who's doing it really well and who's like already embedded in it, and can those resources support other agencies. So we are using this as, for multiple reasons, but partially as a learning tool for us to move forward with our work. So this is helpful. Okay, if you can finalize your scores, we'll move to the next application. We're going to keep digging into this. The LOA Foundation. The LOA Foundation is an inclusive cultural organization dedicated to providing education of Native Hawaiian culture by presenting and/or sponsoring hula, music, language, history, and other programs and workshops. And let's see, Julius, I believe this is you.
Yeah, another awesome cultural organization focused on the Hawaiian culture. In regards to DEI, definitely have a strong BIPOC focus on the work. They stated that even though it's a cultural organization focused on Hawaiian culture, there is also BIPOC representation outside of Hawaiian representation on the board. It's awesome to see that they're also focused on a variety of members of the community. So children and youth, they also have a men's group, and they also have another group that allows for up to seniors to be involved and included. So that's really awesome to see some opportunities for senior community members. They definitely have program and activity focused on BIPOC and marginalized communities. It was great to see that they have a board leadership retreat. And one of the things that I thought was really awesome was that their DEI work blends Hawaiian values into the work, which is really cool to see. I think this is just a personal opinion. I'll throw this in. I think we have to be careful about asking marginalized communities to always be inclusive. Sometimes there's a need for marginalized communities to have safe spaces for them to operate with their culture and et cetera. But despite that, this group does have some focus on providing kind of immersive cultural learning, so cross-cultural learning and engagement. In regards to artistic impact, you can tell by the amazing support material that they provided that there's great technical skill and production value of the work. They're definitely doing work preserving, and not just preserving, but also sharing their cultural heritage, which is really awesome. They're definitely helping to attract national and international talent to Sacramento by their inclusion, definitely into festivals and et cetera. Though they don't have a staff, they do have 150 volunteers. So that speaks towards both our community impact and community engagement. More on the community impact, providing positive impact into the community. Let's see what else I had here. Once again, their focus on seniors, I think, was really cool. They're engaging with partners in the community like Eschaton and et cetera, to go and perform and display their culture and et cetera to the senior community. Unfortunately, that was negatively impacted by COVID, but you know, at least it shows that they are trying to engage with their seniors. And then speaking of COVID, they definitely did some COVID pivoting, provided some hybrid opportunities and reduced the number of persons in classes and workshops, et cetera. And then in regards to their organizational accountability, you know, it's a little concerning. There was no marketing budget or no board funding, but you know, sometimes organizations don't ask board members to do fundraising, which you know is a choice that organizations can make. But they are meeting quarterly. They do have 3 months in reserves, and they usually focus on trying to have 3 to 6 months of reserves. So I think that speaks towards some good organizational accountability. And I think just, you know, we talk about sharing cultural knowledge and et cetera. I think if you just read through this application, it's definitely going to allow you to learn more about Hawaiian culture, and maybe for folks to be introduced, and then also for those who even know some about Hawaiian culture to learn even more. So it's really a great application. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Christina, anything you want to add?
So Julia said it all, but just a couple of more details. I was really impressed to see that, you know, pre-pandemic, they held 2 major performance events each year where they gained like 10 to 15,000 attendees. I thought that was huge. They also host a weekend-long conference centered on cultural sharing. I thought that they experienced a meaningful COVID pivot. They shifted away from large gatherings toward increasing cultural education via language classes online. I thought that was really interesting. And I was just like completely entranced by their gorgeous work samples, those costumes. I mean, you know, they show everyone from kids to seniors. There's dancers in wheelchairs, and the photography is just excellent. They're like among the most colorful, sumptuous images in all of the work samples. So I hope everyone got a chance to really look at those.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that I'm glad you mentioned the photographs, because yes, absolutely. And I think it's a kind of an example of this is the application that actually had me thinking about what DEI work, what does it mean? And how a lot of things that we call certain things in certain kind of landscapes in the funding world, where there are really indigenous roots to a lot of these kinds of principles or values that are then reframed as something like DEI, but really like when you're talking about Malama, to care for our community. So I want to also echo, it was really great to just listen and learn about Indigenous Hawaiian values in reading this application. And I really loved that they're a part of the Auburn powwow and connecting with other Native communities in the area as well.
Yeah, Anu, to your point, I just want to read a sentence that I had highlighted in their application. While we use the Hawaiian language to express DEIA rather than the formal language of DEIA, we practice it daily and it is embedded in our halau policies and expectations. I just thought that was so beautifully stated.
I copied that same exact line because it really, I don't know, it was capturing. And I think that it's a great example of how other organizations is like, I think my colleagues might chime in here, but I think we want to know about the culture. Like when in reading these applications, we want to know more about your organization and the culture to really understand the impact that it has, excuse me, on the community. So this really felt educational. And I think they found a nice balance of like doing what is asked of them in the application and then taking it a step further to entice us, because that's what it really did, to want to know more about their programming and what they do.
You know what? It's generous. It's generous to do that. You know, I felt the generosity in this application.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Great. Okay. We can have your scores and move on to the next one. The UMen Community Services. The mission of UMen Community Services is to support and develop healthy UMen families and communities through culturally responsive programs and services. And I think this is Anu.
Oh yeah, this is me. Yeah.
Good.
The wrong one was coming up for me.
Oh,
you know
sorry,
what?
if this
Because
really
it's
isn't you.
No, it is me.
Okay.
I just have to go
I have
back
the same
to,
thing.
because it's an I and not an L. So
But
have
I
to
know
scroll back.
it's out of order because it should be the I. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so I mean, just briefly, this is a group that is committed to the tribal community of, and I should learn how to pronounce this. I can look it up. Ayumien. Do you know how to pronounce that, Melissa? Or?
I think it's you men.
UMen people, and that the staff and board represents the community. I got a chance to learn a little bit about this community in reading this application. It seemed to be very rooted in the cultural traditions, intergenerational community building. Also similar to one of the other organizations that we looked at, the Hmong one, where it provides critical social services to youth and seniors. And then also during COVID, the pivot to providing PPE, food distribution. And overall, it seemed to be providing critical arts and cultural work and social services to an underrepresented population of tribal folks. And, just integrating arts and cultural work within it. So, I mean, work around culture and language, working with, so I think that's embroidery. I mean, there was a lot of different kinds of examples, but I just wanted to be brief there. So I will pause there and see if the person.
Letitia?
Yeah, if you have Letitia.
Hi. Just a few things that stuck out to me is that their board and staff is 100% from their community. And they're actively seeking board members from their communities. And as for their staff, is totally understandable why they are all from their community, because of that cultural connection that they would need. And then two lines that I took out of their narrative, which really stuck out for me, was their goal is not so much to increase DEI in the way that an agency founded and directed by Caucasian Americans. So like that just really stood out for me. So their focus is to become more visible and bring awareness to their community and all that it has to offer, but in a different way, in a different approach. And then the other part of the narrative that stuck out to me was we are a community that has largely remained invisible. And we can only imagine the reasons behind that, right? But I kept coming back to that statement in my mind. And I kind of thought of my grandmother who, she came to the United States, wanted to live in her old world. She didn't want to speak English. She didn't want us speaking English. And it was really about holding tight to the cultural value and her traditions and who we are as a community. And then my thoughts kind of switched over to this community where sometimes I feel that it's intentional in these communities, especially among the elders who like I said, want to hold tight to their ways of life in a is most likely not their native home. And at some level, being invisible is a shield of protection. And then I kind of went back to thinking about who the writer of the proposal is, and maybe thinking that they're of a younger generation where they're thinking differently about wanting their community to be seen and to be heard. But that was really all I had.
They said that their community has a rich tradition in both visual and performing arts, and that because it's remained invisible, this tradition is not widely known to others. Just thought, I think it just speaks also to, the work that you guys are doing to like invite more cultural organizations. We're in a really kind of pivotal moment in history where there are fissures and cracks, and where more groups and more people get to be the light gets to be shown on all of us, as far as where arts and culture is very vibrant and gets to be included, so.
Thank you. All great comments. Anybody else have another comment before we close this? Excuse me. Then we're ready to finalize your scores and move on to the Los Rios Community College Shakespeare Festival, Sacramento Shakespeare Festival. Excuse me. The Sacramento Shakespeare Festival presents Shakespeare plays every summer for the Sacramento area. We use the resources, staff, and students from Sacramento City College. So it is a public-facing Shakespeare festival that's run out of City College. And Dante, I think that's you.
One second. I have some notes, particularly around DEI. I noted that there was not much representation of diversity on the board or staff, and they didn't really seem to have a clear plan on how to uplift DEI within their organization. And I was also just kind of curious overall about the relationship of the organization to the community college at large, because it seemed like they were solely relying on resources provided by the college. And I was wondering how much autonomy do they have to implement their own policies or better practices. And they note that the community of the college is pretty diverse, but it's not evident in the staff and board or within their organizational plans. In terms of artistic impact, it was okay. I thought it wasn't really innovative in the programming that they were offering. I said that their application lacked evidence of artistic excellence in their programming. I did like the concept of the Shakespeare-inspired short story play series. I thought that was something you don't really see at too many classic theater companies. but I would love to know what artistic impact they have on the student population of the college as well. And do they provide any opportunities for students to work either as actors or administrators in their programming?
Okay.
Yeah, I've said those few things in different ways, in different criteria throughout the application. So I don't know if someone else had other thoughts, if Michael had other thoughts.
Michael, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Deontay. Yes, everything you said, agreed. And yeah, in addition to kind of the lack of diversity among the staff and board, there was some evidence of trying to center that in their programming, but I found the application confusing because they talked about this kind of sister group, this wildflower sister group, and that they were doing things with, and I can't tell if that's them, like if that's a part, if this is like actually a kind of a sub brand of their festival, or if it's a separate group that then they went and did stuff with to kind of help them out during all of this. And so therefore, I found myself asking the question, are they taking credit for somebody else's work on some levels, like their creative work? So I found myself very confused by that in the application. And then, as I would agree with your comments about the artistic impact, there were no reviews, no testimonials, no nothing to say, how is this, how is this being received? There was almost no discussion about the artistic personnel or the actors. They mentioned actors who've gone on to successes and in the broader community, but didn't specify anything. I didn't see anything about providing industry standard wages. And then in the community impact, I struggled to figure out the impact with the campus itself. I think, Deontay, you kind of ran into that too. Their community and schools work, they don't seem to be tracking numbers, ethnicity, anything that, of kind of this outreach that they're doing. And I would like to see, the only community partnership they mentioned were food trucks. I'd like to see something a little more intentional than that. And also that it looked as if their attendance is declining, that instead of going up, which is what you would like to see. So I was a little unclear on the level of governance here. And I think, Deontay, you mentioned that too, like just who's in charge of this. And I found the budget confusing to read. And I was particularly sort of surprised by the lack of scenario planning when it came to COVID, that they just, like COVID happened and they're like, okay, so in 2019, we didn't do anything. And of course, no one did anything. And I'm not sure where they are, but where I am, everybody was back up and doing things virtually in 2 weeks, to stay relevant and stay connected in the light of COVID. And they just sort of went, like, sorry, I guess we're not going to do anything. And or at least that's the way it read. And so I just found that confusing. So I wrote that this application needs to provide a significant amount more of data, numbers, so that we can understand the impact that they're having in the community, because I'm very unclear. So that's where I ended up. Love Shakespeare, and I like some of the ideas they were doing, but I just I was surprised that it didn't seem like they really could speak to their infrastructure and their planning and et cetera.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we can next score and move on to the next application. The Mandarins of Sacramento, transforming lives through performing arts. Mandarins is committed to developing life skills in young people by providing an ideal balance of education, family values, and respect through the discipline of music education and performing arts.
This is me. And so, it's if you weren't in high school band, it's hard to explain the impact that the DEI, that the DCI world, has on kids. And I was not in band either. I was a choir kid and things like that, but I knew all my friends, and DCI, which is like kind of the bigger, the membership that they're a part of, that the Mandarins of Sacramento are a part of, does extraordinary work in music education and in developing life skills with kids from all over the country. So this is a drum and bugle corps, essentially. They have a $1.2 million budget. In COVID, they dropped to just under $1 million, but they seem to be recovering nicely financially. It started as a performing group in the Asian community in Sacramento 60 years ago, but they have evolved to become a very large force in music education locally, with a focus specifically on 16 to 22-year-olds. They compete both nationally and internationally. They host a summer academy and a competition which brings many performers and DCI fans to Sacramento. And when I say DCI fans are like really rabid fans, they are serious. It's like football, right? They're just all over it. They pivoted well to online instruction during COVID, so be commended for that. And they also do color guard. They host after-school programs in the Elk Grove School District. I commend them for their numbers here that they gave us: 42 schools in Elk Grove School District, including 22 that are Title I schools. They provide the instruments and the instruction, which I think is laudable. They also have a programming for drumming in a youth detention facility in Sacramento. So I think that's a great way to reach out and instill positive values that come from music education with kids who may not have benefited from it growing up. As I mentioned, they perform in competitions, but they're not like, you don't really see public performances of this in the same way, but they do get out there, which is great. They perform at sporting events and in parades. So they're very visible in the community, just in a non-traditional way. Even though they were started for the Asian community, their diversity numbers are excellent. You watch the videos and it's kids of every stripe and color are in there, and it's great to see. I would have loved a little bit more specificity on their school numbers and this outreach program to the Elk Grove schools and to the detention center, just like how many kids are we talking about, how many participate, but it was still, that's a small point. They have really done significant work to center DEI in the organization, to center those values. They did not talk about repertory so much as talking about values, which I found for a music education organization pretty refreshing. And the one performance that's just absolutely fascinating, and part of it's because I'm a Kusama nut also, but that they did this performance like to tell the story of this 90-year-old Japanese artist who lives in a mental institution, who's like the polka dot queen, and somehow Yayoi Kusama, and they figured out how to incorporate this into a marching band number. I mean, I can't think of two more diverse kind of concepts, and yet the creativity it takes to bring something like that together and to tell tell and compare, share a compelling story, I think is awesome. Their audience numbers are great at their events. And as I mentioned, they did a great pivot with COVID, and near and dear to my heart, they said, what can we do for the community? So they cooked meals for seniors and delivered them and served them there because they wanted to be a good member of their community during COVID. And as I mentioned, the videos are great. The musical quality is high. And like, as I said, I wasn't a band kid, but it doesn't take one to recognize that the musical quality here was quite good. So all in all, I thought I was like, oh no, marching band when I saw the application, and I was so delighted to see something, not just high quality and meaningful educational experience for the kids, but also super community driven, strong commitment to diversity. So they just checked off all the boxes. I was really impressed.
Thank you very much. Letitia had to step away. I don't know if you're back yet. I know you're off camera, but if not, we can, we can take any other comments that we have from any other panelists on this application.
I just thought that the work sample, when they were on that football stadium doing all of that, I was like, wow, I was very impressed. And then I made a joke of just like, oh, well, but can you play the tuba while you're juggling? And, Anyway, but
And they did.
and then they probably did too. So it was just really cool to see the level of craft and skill in the diversity of kind of disciplines that were on the field.
Yeah, I agree. Like they're highly competitive and rigorous. This is exactly like the kind of entity that I would be terrified of joining as a kid, knowing that I would never measure up to their standards. But it was absolutely a pleasure to watch.
I also
Okay.
wanted to mention that their governance and oversight were really strong. And of course, they're held to a very high standard because being a DCI member organization, is very strong. But like I said, I have a really good friend who lives in San Francisco who is like, did DCI in high school, marching band in high school. She's my age. And she still every year drags her husband, who can't stand them, but she drags her husband to these events because it was so pivotal in her development as a person, just played such a huge role in making the person she is. So it's cool stuff.
All right, Mike, you're gonna have to say what DCI means.
It's Drum Corps International.
Okay, that was my guess, but I wasn't sure. Thanks.
There was one question I had, which I just am not familiar with. So their income from touring and travel was like 286,000, which is a lot. But then I guess if you're looking at like performing at those massive kind of venues, then maybe I guess that makes sense. Just definitely not my area.
Yeah, and it's the buses and all the instruments and the insurance. And I've done a few tours with orchestras in my career, and it's just huge amounts of money it takes to kind of cover all that. And a lot of it's fees that the kids pay or raise money to do. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I'll just make really couple of quick comments. Much like Michael said, it's like band is like such an amazing thing for students, and it gets compared to sports, where sports is like the cool thing and then the band kids are not the cool. But let me tell you, these kids are the cool kids. Like I love when I first start reading proposals, the first thing I do, I go to the support materials and just hope that they're videos of the work that they do. And this just set the tone for me, and I was so excited to read this proposal. And the second quick comment I have is that I really appreciate that in the organizational history, they actually gave their history. Because I feel like a lot of the proposals, they just missed the opportunity to tell their story of like the who and the why. And then they ended up using that same information in their narrative again. So it was kind of repetitive information. I'm sorry, I had to walk away. I apologize.
It's okay. We had a lot of good comments. Thank you. Okay, final scores. And we'll move on to the next.
Only 2 left.
Wait, no, one. Are there only 2 left? Diana, I'm obviously working on an old schedule. So which one do you have? The last one is Natomas Arts and Education?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was going to have you here for like 4 more, but you're good. This is National Academic Youth Corps, or as we know is the Sojourner Truth Multicultural Museum. Our mission is to open minds and change lives through the exploration and celebration of African American history, experiences, and culture through arts education and outreach. And this is Christina.
Yeah, thank you. So Sojo provides art education on site and in the school setting. They train future arts advocates through hands-on art programming, which I personally love as an arts administrator. And they offer access to programs that celebrate diversity and creativity. It is a 26-year-old organization that's an anchor tenant at the Florin Business Arts Complex in South Sacramento, which houses over 50 Black-owned businesses and nonprofits. They explore and celebrate African-American history, experience, and culture. And in 2021, they expanded their footprint to a 3,000 square foot space, which accommodates a new gallery. They partner with local school districts to provide culturally relevant arts programming. I noted that their operating budget is just shy of $500,000, though I wonder how this will change with their expansion and what their plans are to support that additional space. A standout among their various offerings that are, pretty much the typical shape and scope of cultural museum programs is their paid youth docent program for middle school to second year college students that introduces them to the museum profession. I wish I had access to something like that when I was a kid. They are working to professionalize their operations with a board retreat, new membership campaign, human resources manual, and capacity plan. So these are all very specific things that they're doing. I appreciated their level of detail. What was really fascinating to me was how candid they were in this application in describing the board as historically inconsistent and unengaged. And I think they're getting on the other side of that, maybe, which is why they're so honest about it. They're taking steps to remedy this, but they still lack direction and training. It's curious that the board is not mentioned in their budget development process, but I guess just going back to their previous comment, it's just the ED and their accounting firm. It seems like the board is also nearly completely absent from fundraising efforts and giving to the organization, which, is tough to see, especially considering their expansion. Now would be the time to really step up in that way as a board member. They pride themselves on having a deep pool of volunteers that serve in a staff capacity. And I wondered, like many of the organizations, if this could lead to burnout and a lack of institutional memory and continuity. What else? During COVID, they partnered with, I love this, caterers to offer free meal pickups, which shows a true understanding of the needs of their publics.
Great, thank you. Anu, do you have anything you want to add?
It said it was the only African American art museum in Sacramento. There's served like 12,000 participants a year. 75% of their volunteer staff is between the ages of 16 and 24. Sojo has served over 100,000 people a year. So it seems to have a strong financial track record in history, multiple partnerships with schools and libraries, with food distribution, and job training. It really has served as a community hub.
Any other comments from the rest of the group about this application? Okay, then I think we are ready for our last application of the day, which is Natomas Arts and Education Foundation. The mission of the Natomas Arts and Education Foundation is to offer and support enriching artistic and educational experiences at Natomas Charter School and throughout the greater community. And as I think we talked about in our preliminary comments, that this application is really based on their public-facing activities, as opposed to what they do within the charter school for their own students. And I think this is Christina.
Yes, me again. Thank you. Right. So somewhere along the way in their history, they expanded their programmatic offerings to also serve their surrounding community and not just the students of the charter school. They host 3 main programs: performances by students, performances by professional artists, and they give grants to educators, which I love to see. Though I may have missed it, but I don't think there was much of a discussion of the application process for that and how they select their educators. They established the Benvenuti Performing Arts Center in 2007, which is a 14,000 square foot facility where their work takes place. And it seems like that really, in a significant way, changed their level of service. For DEAI work, they say they will engage with specialists to learn from focus groups, review literature on institutional racism, and assess board and staff readiness to address these issues. But there's no timeline given or names provided of who they're working with, who they're considering. They also have low percentages of disabled, LGBTQ+, and BIPOC staff and board. And it seems like they mainly are drawing their staff from the charter school. I truly loved their student exchange program, the One Voice project. I thought they had great work samples. Something that was a little curious to me is they wrote that they paused on growing and diversifying their audience due to COVID. I'm not quite sure how those, sort of two things compete with one another and why one would lead to the other, but it's free to participate in their Youth Theater for All program. And I noted that they draw crowds for their performances, which understandably have decreased due to COVID. And that's about all I have.
Great, thank you. Anu, anything you want? Oh, no, it's not you, it's Lisa. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, and thank you, Christina. You summarized it really, really well. It was hard to tell the board and contractors' diversity composition. They may need a little work here. Programmatically, they're enriching the community's appreciation of diversity by inviting multicultural performances and ensembles. And then the students and programs they support celebrate a wide variety of race, ethnicity, gender, identity, sexual orientation, and political perspectives. They have strong work consistently done on their part and engage both in and out of the organization. So they're definitely internally sounds like they are doing that work. The opportunities they have for youth to work with professionals in varied artistic fields is great. To do master classes or receive free or reduced tickets to the performances. They did award over 65 grants totaling $30,000 to educators in the community. It was nice to learn about their programs, including the Hip Hop Global program or the Lego Robotics or Chalk It Up, to name a few. And then it sounded like they've funded over 35 productions and performances through 2019 to 2021, sort of also overlapping in that COVID window to fit some safety protocols and standards. But again, I'm not sure how that shook out exactly. And then the organization doesn't have any full-time or part-time employees, but they are offering what they're calling reimbursements towards funding, towards like health benefits and retirement support. So that was nice to see. And contractors are provided minimum wage, but it could be higher, just to be considered always. And then it looks like they have a 15 months of reserves.
Any other comments about this application?
Melissa, I would just say this is another one we should flag as what is pretty much almost so strongly an educational institution, and to see if it's being impacted any way due to the application.
Thank you. Great. Okay, everybody, if you've all put your final scores in and your final comments, we're done with day one, and we are finishing a little bit ahead of time. So I think day two should work out pretty well, and we should certainly finish in time and have, excuse me, have time left over for a discussion tomorrow. So I really want to thank everybody. It's been a long day, and you went through a lot of applications, one after another without very many breaks. So I really appreciate you being here. Tomorrow, you probably, since we know that you can get on with the link, whatever you got on today and whatever email address you used, I believe that's what you're going to use tomorrow. And as long as you get there, 5 or 10 minutes early, it should be fine, even if it's just to log on and keep your camera off, just so that we know you're here and we can begin promptly at 9. So thanks, everybody, and have a great night, and see you tomorrow.